Hydrofield cuts through my neighborhood.
Does it say I'm there? There. Okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Fearlessly Authentic. I'm your host, Lucky, and we got Steve.
Hey, what's up, people?
And tonight we have a special guest that is here, Chad Wilson. Let's bring him up.
Hello, hello.
Hey, Chad. So good to
How
have
you doing?
back.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity, and you guys are absolutely wonderful.
Oh, I'm super excited. So, like, I don't know what Chad has in for us tonight. I just know that, you know, he's put some stuff together. You were a previous 2020 Green. Well, you were a Green Party candidate, right?
Right.
So you have insider information about like the ins and outs of like how things kind of worked and
the
all
process.
So, do you want to give us a brief like summary
Sure.
of like some of the meat of what we're going to learn about tonight? Because I'm like really excited.
Absolutely. So in 2020, the Green Party rigged its primary, and some insiders made a plan, and I've got videos, and I'll show this guy. They made a plan. They didn't have a candidate, but they had a plan, and then they found the candidate that best met that plan. So this guy Chris Blankenhorn. This is his speech he gave when he was going around during the primary about Howie Hawkins. Well, this guy Chris Blankenhorn was a part of this Green Party Power Group. This Green Party Power Group is a group of Greens that got together to organize and to try to change the direction of the Green Party, which by itself is okay, right? You know, it's understandable. A group of people get together, they want to organize, they want to change the direction. But the problem is when you start organizing and then manipulating the rules and putting your people in place to make sure that you usher in the person you want. So all this really started in 2018 when Jesse Ventura was talking about running for the Green Party. At that point I was talking to a bunch of different Greens across the country through a Zoom thing, a bunch of people, and we talked politics, and a guy named William brought it to the table and showed it. TMZ had got Jesse talking about it. So we started having these discussions about what it would be like, what the Green Party needed to do, right? Because everybody says, okay, well, the Green Party, it sounds good, but there's problems with it, right? There's problems with the way that presents itself, and once you get into it, there's problems with the way that it's ran and the way that people are treated. And you will find that out, because everybody's like, oh, I voted for Joel Stein in 2016. Okay, well, if everybody knows who Joel Stein is, everybody voted, you know, whatever.
I did. I fell for that. I'll admit it.
Where was she between 2016 and 2020? And what happened to all those people that dim exited and that voted for her? Where did that group of people go? Because Jill Stein at that point had 600,000 followers on Facebook. And the only reason why I bring this up, because this was my introduction to the way the Green Party ran. So one of the guys in that group was a council member of the partner. He was part of the actual the Green Party of California. He did something there, and so he wrote this letter in the Facebook group of the Green Party Power, which Ajamu Baraka is on there, and we got the link there to show who's on there. Ajamu Baraka, which was the first guy listed on Howie Hawkins supporters. He posted it in that Green Party Power group, and we'll show this here in a little bit. And Andrea Merida, which ended up being Howie Hawkins' campaign manager, which was steering committee, the state co-chair of Colorado, all these titles, said, isn't this asinine? And I'll show you the screenshot. And she said, this G.I. Joe bullshit or whatever, basically saying that they're going to make sure this is not going to happen. And then another guy, Brendan Phillips, and I'm going to pull this up here in just a second. And in fact, let me find that and pull that up, because that it may make sense to make it easier to.
Like where your white of your eye is, so it makes it stand out. Bing.
Me? Oh.
No, I was talking to Lucky. Sorry.
Oh,
No, he's trying to direct me and the like so I don't have reflection in my glasses. It's just gonna happen.
Sorry, just producing. Didn't mean it.
Yeah,
all right, let me see if I can
Don't let me derail you.
pull this. Here we go. Let me just share this real quick. Share screen. Am I not doing it? There we go.
Do I want me to add that one up? The
Window
the
here.
screen that you. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Can you see this?
Yes.
Okay,
want me
so
to add
this
that
this
one
is
up?
just setting it up because yes, please. If so this shows the Green Party power group right here, and we'll pull up all the stuff in a minute. But this is my introduction to the way
You come with the
that people
receipts.
ran. So the guy named James Young, Montauk, he's the one who wrote this letter. And so he said aloha. He basically brought it to the party. She says it's asinine for anybody to be on a presidential ticket. Well, if you go back over here and look, and you see Brendan Hobbs Phillips, he says, "Oh hell no, isn't that the most asinine thing you ever heard in your life? What the hell are people thinking?" And then she said, "Stupid GI Joe bullshit. Apparently, better get some rational people appointed to the PCSC, which is the Presidential Campaign Support Committee, which handles the candidates who run for president." And you can't really
This is
see
all
it.
within the Green Party.
Yes, and this is in 2018, July 23rd, 2018. And Brendan Hobbs Phillips says, "Does the appointment work the same as other committees?" And I wish that because William had screenshotted this, I wish he would have got more of the conversation. They've ended up closing the group or whatnot. But this right here shows the intent, right? Brendan Hobbs Phillips ended up being not only the ballot access coordinator for Howie Hawkins' campaign, but at the same time being the ballot access coordinator for the GPUS, which is the Green Party US, which is the national party now. So all these conflict of interest. And okay, we could stop sharing this now. But I just wanted to set this up. So this was my introduction. So as I was following along, I really thought it was just a few like bad apples, toxic people that were creating this. But when I got into it, I realized that it's a group of people that are basically working on the structure, right? They control the structure, and everybody. And one of their excuses is always, "Oh, we're a small party, we're decentralized." But the problem is if you know how to manipulate organizations, this is every organization, right? You always keep passing the buck, and that's how they effectively rigged it. And the biggest thing here is that Howie Hawkins was a member of another party, and per the rules, he wasn't allowed to get a official recognition. It's a status that's only supposed to be used for additional resources from the party. But they use that as a gatekeeping tool to prevent candidates, myself and other candidates, from even being on the ballot or even having access to debates or being able to speak to state parties, because the PCSC that was controlled recommended to the states to have official recognition, be at least the candidates have at least official recognition. So that was the problem, is that Hawkins didn't, because he was a member, and so thus is the easiest way to make sense there. So here we go. Hawkins, yours is it? Should have been a little bit more. Let's do this. The video that I have on deck here, Dario Hunter, he was the runner-up basically in the primary, and he talks about in this video with Richard Medhurst about how he was fucking with
I think
all the
if people
candidates,
actually
right?
understood
The
what
thing
was
the thing
happening,
about Dario is that he waited a long time to speak up about that.
favoritism that was by the leadership of the Green Party
I
towards.
think you have power over that. Do you or do I?
Oh,
the Hawkins
sorry.
campaign.
Okay. So
Yeah, I
Illinois.
think you have control over your
Illinois
screen
earned
share, I
convention back
believe.
in 2019. So I learned that they were going to have a special event fundraiser with Hawkins as the keynote speaker. So I contacted that state party's chair, and we had a back and forth. All this is documented. And he said, "Well, I don't know if I can do it." And I said, "Well, I can do it." And he said, "Well, I can do it." And so we had a back and forth. And he said, "Well, I can do it." And I said, "Well, I can do it." And he said, "Well, I can do it." And I said, "Well, I can do it." And he said, "Well, I can do it." And I said, "Well, I can do it." And he said, "Well, I can do it." And I said, "Well, I can do it." And he said, "Well, I can do it." And I said, "Well, I can do it." And he said, "Well, I can do it." And I said, "Well, I can do it." And he said, "Well, I can do it." And I said, "Well, I can do it." And he said, "Well, I can do it." And I said, "Well, I can do it." And he said, "Well, I can do it." And I said, "Well, I can do it." And he said, "Well, I can do it." And I said, "Well, I can do it." And he said, "Well, I can do it." And I said, " by email. All of the receipts for this, by the way, have been put to official Twitter accounts. So for all these ends that say there's no evidence of this, there's lots of evidence of it. So we were told specifically that I would not be able to speak, and so at that convention,
Breaking
that was
up.
a convention showed because that's what I was forced to do. In
Picking up,
Connecticut,
guys.
Connecticut actually gave.
Let me see if I can.
If
We were
you
told
have
specifically that
the,
I
do you
would
have
not
the
be
link
able
for
to
the
speak.
actual clip, or is this something you have on your computer?
I had saved it on my computer. Let me try to just share it straight, because what I did is I uploaded it to present rather than. Let me see if it shares better the other way here. Let me do it like this. Like I'll share the screen rather than.
Oh, I think you froze for a second. All right. Do you want me to add?
Can you hear that?
No. This is the original one that's still up here.
What's
So
the
let me
wrong,
take that
the wrong
down.
one?
Yeah.
Okay, let me take that one down and let me add this other one up and see if that works.
Let's see if that
Okay.
works. Okay.
Oh, is it muted? There's no sound.
All right. Let me do it again.
Oh, it's right on
All
the
right.
bottom. Right there on your screen, I can see it. The sound is off. The sound button, I think, is off.
On the actual. Let me see.
On the screen there, right next to the play button. Is that the sound?
No. Where's it at? Let me do this. Let me do it again. Maybe I didn't. Is there a button? I probably didn't press the button to. Oh, share the audio tab. Okay, share audio. Oh, share system up. Here we go. Let's do it. There we go.
Wouldn't be too impressed anymore. Could you go into a little more detail about the blatant favoritism that was displayed by the leadership of the Green Party towards the Hawkins campaign?
So Illinois,
Can you turn it up at all on your end?
Illinois,
Is it as loud as I can go?
Illinois convention back in 2019 fundraiser with Hawkins as the keynote. So I contacted that state party's chair. By the way, all the Hawkins fans that say there's no evidence of this, there's lots of evidence. So we were told specifically that I would not be able to.
I'm having a hard time hearing it.
At that convention, that was a convention because that's what I was.
I think the only way around that is if
In
on Chad's
Connecticut,
end he can turn it up as loud as he can make it, like we have to do here.
fundraiser as well.
Chad, can you turn it up by chance? It's really low.
Free, I'm available. I'm flexible. Let's set a date. It never happened. They never responded.
Yeah.
Of having to bolt me, and that's what took place in Massachusetts. Similar thing. Hawkins was a keynote speaker, and I will not speak on circumstance because after the fact, the Green Party has a committee called the Presidential Campaign Support Committee.
Yes.
The title makes it sound like they actually support the presidential campaign. I don't think the PCSC could describe what they really do is just to exist as a roadblock in order to support and defend the establishment candidate Hawkins, and that's what they've done consistently. So I bring them up in regards to Massachusetts because when their co-chairs, John Andrews, issued a report about in his mind, claim, but as I'm saying, reality, that I was banned from speaking in Massachusetts, he issued a report that he claimed was a subject of an investigation. It was a product of an investigation. And he determined in that report that no such blocking took place, that I was offered the opportunity to introduce myself, and I declined. Now, interestingly enough, that weekend, I visited 3 different state conventions. I drove all the way from Worcester, Ohio, to go to the convention in Massachusetts, in Maine, and in Connecticut. Who drives all of those hours to show up at a convention? And then when you're running to get votes, someone says, "Would you like to speak?" "Oh, no, thank you. That's all right. I'm good. I'm just going to sit here in a corner and just completely waste the time I spent driving to come and see you." It makes
Exactly.
no sense. And it was an investigation that did not even involve speaking to me. It was just an attempt to create a smoke screen.
Mm.
So in Massachusetts, I did have to, just as in Illinois, speak during lunch, and some notable people witnessed that speech off the agenda. Jill Stein and Jamu Baraka
I
were
like driving
there.
15 hours.
The PCSC has existed. The roadblock, it has existed to support and defend the abuses of the Hawkins campaign. And at one juncture, they actually attempted to try and boot all the other candidates who were not recognized off of their candidates list on the website. And they were told rather markedly by me that that was unconscionable, that that was not acceptable, and that they were frankly making up rules as the game went along. We were just going to tell the other candidates, "Oh, we just decided to get rid of you off the list now. It wasn't a rule before, and it wasn't how we were going to operate before, but we're just going to take you off the list, off the website." I said, absolutely not. The PCSC has just been, it's just been a sham from the beginning, motivated particularly by John Andrews. Both him and his son are Hawkins supporters and have served as roadblocks in that regard in the course of the campaign. So if I were to give you a list of all the people in positions of party influence and power, whether on a state or a national level, who are openly members of the team and also occupying positions of influence over the primary, it would take too much time than it merits in just an answer to that one question. There are too many of them, far too many of them.
I was actually going to ask you like about the conflicts of interest specifically, and when I started looking into it myself, I was like, oh my god, this is really a rabbit
Yeah.
hole. I mean, it just doesn't end.
It is.
It's unbelievable. Allocating all these keynote events to Hawkins, and was this based on the premise that it's about the Green New Deal, and therefore it's not in regards to this campaign? Is that how they've camouflaged it essentially?
That was a common excuse in that blocking that occurred early on. It was a common excuse. And what's interesting is as the race progressed, what they then attempted to do is as they realized they could get away with that less and less, they then tried to limit it to just recognized candidates. And frankly, the whole system of recognition of candidates on the part of the party. Look, if you came to the Green Party to escape the shenanigans with the DNC and the Democrats, this would look very familiar to you.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the shutting out of Tulsi Gabbard and some other candidates.
Exactly.
It's not acceptable. Democracy means letting those voices come to the forefront and speak and letting the voters decide, okay, maybe you don't like what they have to say. Maybe you don't like their background. Maybe you don't like them as an individual. It's not you to make that call. It's the voters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Tulsi Gabbard immediately came to mind just a few minutes ago when you mentioned that they started raising these requirements. I immediately thought of her because they did that for the debates earlier in, what was it, February or something like that, where they made
Yeah.
sure that it was just going to be Bernie and Biden. And I mean,
Yeah.
like you said, these tactics, we know them. And it's really, I mean, this is beyond disappointing. It's disgusting.
And this is something I have to point out. Every presidential campaign in this primary, except Hawkins, has said this primary is rigged. Every single one. It isn't just Dario Hunter. It isn't just two candidates. It's all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we would have liked to see the party hold a genuinely Democratic one, but it doesn't look like they are going to. And so this Green primary is a write-off. I
Yeah.
am personally repudiating it. Our campaign is repudiating it. And we're moving forward with an independent candidacy because leftists need a choice that they can trust to build a fairer, greener America that isn't emerging from the ooze of a tainted rigged primary.
So that was Dario's spiel about it. And again, Dario was very silent up until he realized that he wasn't going to win. Once he realized that he wasn't going to be able to use their tricks to his benefit. In Ohio, and I can pull that up. In at the end of February, it was right before they ended up doing the mandate kind of thing where they kind of stopped everything. They didn't want me to be on the stage in Ohio, and they weren't going to let me they didn't put my name on the ballot, but they had write-ins, and I actually got some write-ins. But the infrastructure of the party basically ran Hawkins' campaign from their official positions. And when anytime someone says, like Jill Stein's excuse would be, oh, well, they're just not ready for prime time. This is their talking point. They're not ready for prime time. And it's ridiculous to say that when the guy himself has been in the business for 50 years, running for politics, and his whole his initial launch of his campaign, his tie was crooked. All his promo pics, his tie was crooked. It's seriously almost like these cats were really wanted to rig it, and even Jimmy Dore thinks so. And Jimmy Dore was very pivotal because he did a thing for him in 2018 or 2019, and ended up, calling him, he's going to be the death of the Green Party. And I can pull that up. But what I want to show you here is there was, or actually, do you have those links that we had?
Yeah. Did you want me to show up that first one, that link?
Yeah, let's do that. So this right here is the National Committee voting link. So this shows for the 2020 primary, the rule changes for the primary process. And if you see the floor manager, Justin Beth. Now, Justin Beth is a key figure to this because Justin Beth is still going on RBN, going all over the place, and he's still doing his damage control, fixing whatever. But he's a pivotal piece of this because later on we find out Justin Beth used a fictitious name when on Jesse Ventura's exploratory committee, used a fictitious name and to sabotage the movement there. Even threatened to sue volunteers that said, okay, well, we're just going to start our own PAC. That, if you're that doesn't have anything to do with Jesse personally, you can do a draft PAC or whatnot. So they ended up doing that, and this whole thing ensued. But they were sending the volunteers for Jesse Ventura to try and get ballot access for New York, even though New York had already past the point of being able to be on the ballot for Jesse Ventura. So it was a bunch of spinning the wheels and doing all this kind of stuff. So if you want to look at this, so Justin Beth, if you scroll down, let me give you a little basic to run, right? The basic things you need to run: you submit a letter of interest, you do a campaign, do a website, and you fill out this questionnaire for the Green Party. Then you're an active candidate. An active candidate means they put you on the web page, and it allows people to access, and see that you're running. If you look down to paragraph, I think it's 10. Affiliation. Curly reads. Where are we at here? 10. Where is it at?
I'm at
10. Where is it at here?
1.5, 1.7.
It's the affiliation. Okay, right here. Paragraph 10-1.2. So it says it currently reads, is not a registrant of any state or national level political party in the individual's primary state of residence, except for a state party which is affiliated with GPUS or a party forming for the intent of GPUS affiliation in a state where there are no GPUS affiliated state parties, right? Well, they changed.
Okay, so what is that exact? Could you kind of bring like layman's term that a little bit, just in case people don't understand exactly what that? Because this can get really confusing for people who aren't into the politics. Like, you know what I mean? Like they just like, they're observers of it and not really like in the back end of it.
Sure. So this is one of the requirements in order to get the official recognition. And again, the official recognition, this is a key term given that they're going to continue to use. when I show you some of these other videos. And the official recognition is, again, it's for extra resources, and we can look at that. It shows at the bottom. But this, it says, is you can't get official recognition if you're a registrant of a state or national level political party in your primary state, unless it's a party that's a GPUS party or it's in the process of becoming affiliated with the GPUS. So it's not about ballot access, because most of the state parties don't even have ballot access. So the point is it a GPUS party or is it not? So they changed that to the candidate is not a registrant or otherwise a party member of any state or national level political party in the individual's primary state of residence, except for a state party which is affiliated with GPUS, or a party forming for the intent of GPUS affiliation in a state where there is no GPUS affiliated state party. So basically they changed the wording, added or otherwise a party member. And what that means is they thought Jesse Ventura was a member of another party. So all this came out, and I saw in the chat, Ian Schlockman, he came out with the email, and we'll get to it, the email where it shows that Hawkins' campaign manager is the one who wrote the language and sent it to the PCSC. And then we find out, and we're gonna talk about that. So that's the big key point right there. And so what it changed to, you're not a registrant or otherwise a party member. So a national level political party means that it's a national party. So it's not about ballot access. It's about, are you pushing another party with our ballot lines or not? If that makes sense. And not only that, is he has all these official members running his campaign. So if you want to scroll down to, and I know this may be a little bit of insider baseball stuff, but it's important to know how they rig it, right? And how they interpret these things. So if you look at the bottom, it says candidate access 10-3.2. It's right above the resources. It says, and what they've changed, what they replaced it to, candidates who are officially recognized shall, through use of fair, equitable, and published procedures, be eligible for special campaign assistance offered at the discretion of the GPUS, which may include special postings on GPUS websites, contact lists, or special visibility on the GPUS communication channels, which we're going to get to that too, because the communications director of the GPUS got paid by Hawkins' campaign in August and got paid by the National Party in September. And that's one of those things in the slides we'll show you. So this is, let me see if I'll connect.
And you said resources. When you're talking about resources that you get, you have to meet these qualifications in order to get the resources of the Green Party.
Extra resources.
Right.
Basically, it's like email lists and access to basically using the party resources, which is why you're running for the nomination. If you get the nomination, you're supposed to have the party to back you, the infrastructure of the party. You're not supposed to have all these people that know these things. But the idea is to say, okay, if these are my values, I want to be able to get out in front of the party and have my opportunity to speak to them and say, hey, I think I could lead this party. I think I could be the face of it, which is what you're doing. So one of the things is important to understand too, if you want to remove this, is the presidential race is the most engaging political process that we have. And the reason why it's important for the GPUS or the leaders to control it is because it's the face, it's the narrative of the party. And if they don't control the narrative, then they can't control where funds go. And the whole game, the whole concept, and if you just look at it, all these people have their own NGOs, they have their own, they pick their social thing, they do an organization, and then they run everything through that organization. And what they do is they use the party as a way to qualify and validate the chosen candidates. So you see, it's the same people running these candidates. Like David Schwab is getting paid on every campaign. For example, Lisa Savage, what they did in Maine, there's like 40,000 registered Maine Greens. Well, there was going to be a primary, and then Jill Stein jumped on this Lisa Savage thing, which Lisa Savage looks just like Jill Stein. And what they did was they raised all this money at the Green Party, but come the January 1st, when you were able to actually start getting the ballot access, they switched to independent. So they started raising all this money, but they were using the party infrastructure to promote this candidate outside of the party thing. So if you don't run as a Green, you're never going to actually get ballot access as Green. You know, I mean, I understand if you're running in you have to get some states, you're just going to have to get an independent. You got to have to be put on independent because the state doesn't have, the party doesn't have ballot access. But if you have a state that has 40,000 members of the Green Party registered, then you're not going to have a problem getting 5,000 of them to put your candidate on there, especially if you have the Green Party's darling on there. So now I want to bring you to the information that once we started getting into it and I started doing my due diligence, again, you started seeing how these people were running it. So this right here is the proof in the pudding for me. So if you want to pull this up, and I'll play this. So
Eagle Wing Turtle has a question for you too. I don't know if now
sure,
you want to answer or if you want to do it later, but they asked
yes.
if you've ever met them, the party leadership, before you had your run.
Yes, I did. Howard Schweitzer was the party leader, which I found out later that he was the one who wrote the economic policy that Howie Hawkins was using. Not only that, at the convention, I had a half delegate from my state. They did not give me my half delegate at the convention. And then when I emailed him, he's like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't give you your half delegate. So these people are corrupt, and they're all trust fund hippies. They're all cowards. And yeah, Howard Schweitzer or something like that. He's a bitch. And I've got emails from him. So he's one of those that kind of gaslight you and act like he really cared. And I've got footage of the conversations that I had with him, and I've got emails because they ended up doxing me. Andrea, Howie Hawkins' campaign manager, doxed me, and Nico House covered it. They didn't say my name because Nico House doesn't like me, and he's still up Jill Stein's ass. So he didn't want to. We'll get into that too, because Nico House is not talking anything about the Green Party rigging now that Cornel West is there and his best white friend. So this is Chris Blankenhorn, the Green Party Power Group. This is one of the guys on the Green Party Power Group.
Chris Blankenhorn. I'm a member, one of the original members of the Howie Hawkins 2020 campaign team. I'll say we actually started off by drafting a campaign plan that the party needed in 2020. We didn't have a best served that plan.
And here I am running for the Green Party nomination for president, which wasn't my idea. A bunch of people drafted me. So I just like to say, it's not just me out here. It's a collective leadership. It's a group that's diverse in terms of race and gender and geography and sexual orientation and age.
Thing is, okay, David said something about taking people off the list. Under Article 10, we're required to provide metrics on candidates that are running, and we do have a metrics table up on the website. We are not going to take anybody off of that metrics table. That's what Article 10 requires. So all the accusations floating around that we're about totally baseless. We can talk about this as long as you want. I'm just telling you right now.
And just to know that was the email we got, and that's what he was talking about before. Dario was talking about taking candidates off the list. So this is John Andrews. He was the head of the PCSC. So we made a call at the beginning of November of 2019 to the Massachusetts Rainbow Party, which is what the Green Party's, the state party's called there, which is the party that Jill Stein's a part of. Jill Stein even campaigned to make sure that all the candidates weren't on the ballot for Massachusetts. That was her. She campaigned. She called up people. So this guy's a part of that, and it goes to show his bias and the proof's right there, and yet there's no accountability, because you've got all these people in place that can use their leverage and use their influence and authority to talk shit about the candidates and dismiss it and make it seem like that people are just nuts. Let me just finish this little clip.
These 5 candidates, on that matter, it's totally baseless.
Okay, so let's have a direct response from John to Chad's comment.
So this was another part of that conversation where us candidates had called the Massachusetts party, and we basically complained and spoke up, and they called us whistleblowers, which we are, I guess in that sense. But so again, we're talking about the party affiliation. So again, he's not a registrant. The Socialist National Committee, it's an actual FEC recognized political party. They've even got their own. They've got their own stuff. You can go to the website and you could see the Socialist Party. They made Howie Hawkins the nominee. It was clear violation. So this was John Andrews, the head of the PCSC, the guy running the PCSC. This was his response to this proof.
And then we'll,
Okay.
thank you.
I think Chad is very confused about both the the Green Party regulations and state laws. There is no regulation such as he cited that says you're not allowed to have any affiliation with any other. The PCSC is going to go by the rules because we're obligated to do that because we're an official working group. So Chad can make up rules and then claim that we're not going along with his rules. But the PCSC has to go along with the rules as they're written. And the rules are very explicit.
Yeah, he can't be a member of another party.
No, that is not the rule.
Let John speak.
That's a misinformation. The rules
It's not
say that
misinformation. Let John speak.
So,
My
anyways.
name is Chris Blankenhorn. I'm
So we showed
so
just a
you can
second
hear
ago
how many
that
times he had to
was
say the rules. 5 or 6 times. That was the rule.
Yeah,
Right,
like
and
we
then
just
on the
showed that
screen,
was like what?
Exactly. And so it's the gaslight, right? And so here, Jill Stein knew, and I've got the interview. We'll find it here in a minute. Jill Stein knew in 2019, in November of 2019, when Primo Nutmeg had interviewed her. And again, it's all, you got to watch these people because it's all about the language and how they say it. He said, well, there's no state law It's not state law. It's not about state law. It's not about ballot access. It's about the party's infrastructure. And why? What's the purpose of not of somebody not being a member of another party? Because what happens if you lose a nomination? You know what I mean? You are splitting the party. And the big piece here, and I'll show you this video here. I thought it was, if there was anything that was going to make the case right, it would be Howie Hawkins' own answer when they asked him about if he doesn't get the nomination, is he going to still run on the Socialist USA Party? So, share this. All right. So when you're ready to pull that, okay. So and by the way, Green Party of Virginia, they wouldn't invite. They invited people, and then when we said we were going to go, they made it a closed thing. That's how they would do it. They have the leaders, and then all you have to do is somebody influence in the state parties, pushing the nonsense. Oh, we're decentralized, and that's how they do it. Because you can't go to the PCSC because it's already rigged, right? And the PCSC is lying about Howie Hawkins, And then not only that, it's nonsense. Here, but here's this. Let me watch. Oh, did I not press play? Here we go. Oh, there we go.
Presidential nominating convention of 2004. That was before my time, but I've gotten left off and I'll do from all sides of that. There are a lot of people running for nomination of our party, the two of you and some others. Most of you aren't going to get nominated. So my question is, if you're not the nominee, what are you doing in August and October for the party, and how is and support holding this party together and unifying it and moving it forward?
I'll go first. Yeah, well, I mean, there's an issue because I got the Socialist Party nomination. They don't have ballot lines, so it's more like an endorsement. But you know, I owe it to them to carry forward if I'm not the Green Party nominee. Now, I'll say one thing: if there are Greens that are unhappy that I didn't get the nomination, I would say to them, if you want to support me, don't do it through the Green Party, or don't try to get the Green Party, you know, support me in your state rather than whoever the nominee is. Because we need the Green Party. We got ballot lines. That's our biggest asset. That's why I think we're the center of building a broader left. That's why I'm approaching Peace and Freedom in California, progressives in Oregon, that got balance, Liberty Union in Vermont, Labor Party in South Carolina, trying to broaden out the base and build a unified independent left. But to the Green Party, I would split the Green Party over this if I didn't get the nomination. You know, I would articulate the program I am, you know, see where, you know, if the socialists had any energy to get a ballot line. But, you know, if I had the Green Party nomination, I don't have much of a platform. And I would say, you know, whoever the Green Party nomination is, you know, if they're on a ballot line, I'm not. That's probably your best vote. I mean, that's just practical. So, you know, I will be positive, you know, because to me, I've been helping build the Green Party since '84. And I've seen a lot of parties come and go. You know, the new party, which became the Working Families Party, which is not an independent party, it's an adjunct to the Democratic Party. The 21st Century Party, that was, you know, Emily's List and, you know, Eleanor, they didn't need a party anymore. You know, Ron Daniels out of the Rainbow Coalition, he was executive director, and Jesse Jackson campaign manager. He tried to run in '92, the campaign for a new tomorrow. It's no more. Probably the most, the thing that had the best organizational basis was the Labor Party that Tony Mazzarchi in particular initiated. And they had, according to their, you know, formal affiliations, they had 6 million union members affiliated to the party through their unions. The reality was that included people like the mine workers in Trump who had no intention of running against the Democrats. So it wasn't as real as it looked, but it was pretty substantial. They're gone. We're still here. And in some ways, we're here because we're needed. You know, we're those pissed off former Democrats. We need something out here, and the Greens are it. So, you know, my attitude is if I'm not the nomination, I'm going to make sure that the Greens come out of this election stronger than they went in. Even if I'm not the nominee and I'm nominally the Socialist Party nominee, and I might be on the ballot with one of these third parties. But I'm hoping we can have a unified ticket.
I want to make sure I understand correctly what you're telling me then. So it's August and you're not the Green Party.
Yeah,
just not the Green Party.
Nominally, and maybe in a few states. But, you know, take Oregon, for example. Right? You know, I've been encouraging the Progressive Party state is 2% in a statewide race. So hopefully at the top of the ticket.
I can't hear too much of it. It just, but you hear his fumbling. So basically all those people that are running this campaign, but they're going to continue running it from the official Green Party platform. And you see, he's not worried about that because
Yeah, he said he wants
and-
to like just come back out like in the same. You know what I mean? I don't want to like lose anything, so of course I have to have this other party.
and here's the caveat here, the big piece. When he says been working on the Green Party since '84, that is a very misleading statement, because the Green Party was originally in Germany. Petra Kelly started it, and then a group of people had a meeting in '84 where they pulled all these people from different groups to have a conversation. And he was asked on behalf of the Clamshell Alliance. He represented the Clamshell Alliance. He didn't even believe in electoral politics. In fact, when they started the GPUSA in the 90s, and the Green Party wanted to run candidates, but the GPUSA was against the electoral politics. GPUS, what it is now, started in 2000 and 2001. Howie Hawkins was denied entry to that because he did a proposal to join the two together, and they denied that, and they didn't even let him be at the original meeting for the GPUS. So they went around saying, oh, Howie Hawkins is the founding member of the Green Party, and that's not the truth. And then they used this whole thing about the Green New Deal. They took that from first of all, the New Deal was a Democratic Party thing, but they took that phrase from a guy, Colin Haynes, out of the UK, and that was even on the party's website. So what I started to see is how they craft this image, they craft these different things, and they have no problems lying to you about what they are, how they do it, and the whole process. And it's clear to me. It's clear to me, but some people just don't understand the power dynamics. They don't understand politics, and I didn't even understand it to the extent that I do until I ran. And you want to see how you want to know about politics, run for president and see how vicious people are. It's absolutely.
And then there's a lot of I mean I've had some of the volunteers and people on the show to discuss previous, like they're doing like the day in and day out stuff and trying to like they think they're keeping stuff together, but meanwhile what is really happening, you know what I mean? Like it seems like there's a disconnect from the people that are actually on the ground and like really putting them doing the work, you know what I mean, to try to like keep something going. And these like these selected leaders of the party, the faces of the party, like there's a very big disconnect between the two.
They're all rich, they're rich.
Yep.
They're rich. Jill Stein's a multi-millionaire. It's like, so Chris Hedges last year called Howie Hawkins a revolutionary. Howie Hawkins' dad was a part of the Manhattan Project.
Yep.
So it goes to show that either people are stupid and they don't pay attention at all, or it's this Ivy League academia attitude where you're okay with these people because they think like you and they fit into this little bubble. And it's absolutely infuriating because you see how they talk shit about other even Jill Stein. Like, again, to say somebody isn't ready for prime time while pushing Howie Hawkins while not having a problem. Like, are you kidding me? Like,
yeah, it's pretty funny how that works out, like where people are just oblivious to the fact that it's completely classist and these people are like, lower echelon of these high earning people, like, you know what I mean? They're in the club and they're like, oh, I could make a good candidate, and then they'll just get behind anybody that's like has any kind of anything to offer. Like Howie Hawkins, really? That guy could put a room full of meth heads to sleep in about 10 minutes. He's just unbelievable. He always sounds like he has a cough drop in his mouth when he's talking.
But see, that's what they wanted to do. Jill Stein had brought too many people in the party, and they needed to make it shit. And they wanted to make sure that there was nobody on the left that was going to quote unquote steal votes from Biden or whatnot. And it's so apparent now when, especially once you start seeing Jill Stein and how she answers this, you see how the officials now start answering it. There's nothing worse. The biggest problem in any change is not the Democratic Party. It's not the Republican Party. It's your motherfucking friends. It's the people that you prop up and then that you create, because these are professional activists. They're professional politicians, and they know how to speak the language. They know how to say what needs to say without actually saying anything. And that's the lawyer speak, right? You say enough to make people to draw their own conclusion, and then they're busy arguing for that person. People will kiss Jill Stein's ass all day. Zero criticism. And if you look at her, again, it's not even about to down somebody about the way they look. But the point is, if you're going to open up the can of worms, bitch, then you're not ready for prime time either. And I'm not you. I'm talking about Jill Stein.
I don't want to be prime time.
Well, me either. That's the whole. And what that means is your establishment, and that even goes over people's heads. It's like, do you not see this? You have a multi-millionaire woman that has. First of all, she was an observer on the PCSC, so she knew. She was a liaison to the steering committee. She knew all these things.
And I was told, I had Kamala Harris on, and she talked about how like Jill Stein is not like in with the volunteers, these even West and stuff like that. They're not in there with the day-to-day people and the volunteers that are doing the actual work to keep this going. Like, there are genuine people that actually support these parties and actually believe in it and are trying. But there are figureheads that are in there that are establishment figureheads, and like I have a hard time with it because I see it as very, very just it's like a cousin of the Democratic Party. You know what I mean? Like
look at Cornell.
Really different.
It's all Democrat light. And that's the candidates that they want, because they want to make it. They want to make the third party candidate unpalatable. That's the whole goal. So they're going with Cornell. Great, because Cornell is Democratic light. He kisses Fauci's ass. He kisses the Cuomo's ass. This is their friends. This is their group of people, and they all pretend like, at the end of the day, they're still drinking together. They're still hanging out together. These people, and it's all wrestling. It's all a show. It's hard to explain to people. How do you explain to people Jill Stein's a fucking crook? She's a crook. And here's the thing. When Hillary Clinton called Tulsi Gabbard a Russian asset, Tulsi Gabbard sued her, and made a motherfucking point with that. Jill Stein just used that to make money. She just used that to play, damsel in distress. Whatever. And we've got another, I got a clip of her too. In 2016, she teamed up with the DNC to do the recall or whatever. Fuck her. I'm sorry. Jill Stein is the epitome of what's wrong with politics, because I voted for her. I fell for the shit. I was trying to tell people, hey, yeah, and man, was I wrong. But you know what? That's the thing.
And it's okay to admit that we were wrong. That is perfectly fine. That is human.
But when you got
we're wrong.
RBN, even Savvy Savs knows. I sent her all this information, sent her all the stuff, and said, hey, CJ's lying about this. CJ's lying. He's like, well, maybe he didn't know. I'm like, he knew, because he said I had the questions ahead of time. Talking to these officials, we'll talk about we'll get there too. But it's people will not challenge their friends, and that's our problem. And so that bothers me the most, is that you can never build anything, is because you have people that are the ones being propped up and given a name or reputation of so and so, and then there's no challenging that. Because if you challenge that, oh, you're racist, you're blah, blah, blah. And that's what, of course, RBN does. But RBN's here kissing Jill Stein's ass, kissing the Green Party's ass, kissing Cornel West's ass.
Well, I mean, it's almost like what I see it as is like, if these people are your friends, like if they're your friends, that and you can't be honest with them, and you're not going to push back on them, and all of this, like, do you really think that these people are really your friends? Are they really your friends? Does Jill Stein really care, or is she just she just handling them?
They get
so that they get what they want. They get her to come on the show, and it's a mutually beneficial thing. And it continues the perpetual cycle that we have seen, and we have looked at, like, independent media, and we're like, whoa, wait a minute here. Like, we are outcast in it, because we ask too many questions. We poke holes in the arguments. We're like, wait, that's not okay. Why is that happening? Like, we ask too many questions. We believe in too much truth, and we're not people that our opinions not based on money. We're not getting
and we don't dismiss people's experience either. Like, somebody else is challenging it in the chat, saying, Jill Stein, that she's great. She's always with her volunteers, and she works side by side, and that person's experience was working side by side with Jill Stein. So maybe they have a different understanding, but that doesn't diminish what you're saying.
Right. Well, that's the whole goal. It's all that stuff is, she goes to photo ops. It's all about creating this image, creating this vision, version of her. And if you have the independent media and you have the party creating this narrative, of course you're going to think that, because you're not hearing anybody push back on her. Why you're not hearing anybody push back? Because the bitch doesn't go anywhere where somebody pushes back on her, because that's the whole game. You're going to go into your little echo chamber that creates the image and version of you that you want, right? And
I agree.
Everybody else is.
It's that same access thing, like being having access to that person. You're willing to accept whatever garbage they're fucking selling because you want that access. Just in the same way that we made that Scott Ritter documentary, and everybody just was like, fucking crickets, man. Nobody said shit about it because they don't want to be on the wrong side, but it's just information. It's not our opinion about anything. It's like, these things happen, and everybody and their brother in this realm gaslights each other and echoes the same nonsense, which is essentially Scott's unremorseful fucking explanation of what happened. So I find this is probably very similar. The same kind of PR at work, like making sure everybody's on the same page and you don't say anything too far out of line about that specific person, whichever specific person it happens to be. It doesn't matter.
And the different the thing is that I what we have uncovered with just being in the independent media sphere, and then asking too many questions that they don't like, and then also at the same time getting outcast from these same people, and observing that, like, you'll see a person go for an interview and then they go on, like, it's like a little media circle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or there's like a drama. There's some
circuit.
Drama created between content creators, and then there's a media circle. There's a circuit that people go on a circuit. And if you start paying attention and you look at it, you're like, wow, this seems like people are handling each other. There's different tiers of it.
And what I see, what I see too is, like, especially when it comes to the difference with you guys, and I think we're at, is that we don't fall for identity politics.
I'm nonpartisan. I don't
always try to hide behind some identity, and at the end of the day, propaganda is directed at every single identity. If they can make you hate your brother, sister, neighbor, people that you've loved your whole life because that you didn't get for you, then all this division is manufactured, and it's not manufactured just by white people, because you couldn't do it with just white people. You couldn't do it with white people. You need your RBNs that's going to prop up this prop up like Brianna Joy Gray, and then Brianna Joy Gray props up Bernie, and then Bernie props up Biden, and it's this system that people don't realize is going on.
It
And so
helps
that
everybody, all these personalities fail upward in their careers.
and,
Everybody's got a safety net around them.
and I think what a lot of this has to do with Jimmy Dore too, because what RBN does is they've leached onto Jimmy Dore in a way to capitalize off that. But at the end of the day, they're really minimizing him, because what Jimmy's doing is every time he gives validity, he did it to what are those the douche was. What are those guys? I forget the van douches.
Vanguard.
Oh, the Vanguard.
Yeah.
The Vanguard guys.
He gave them something. You know, he likes to build people up, and but what happens is once that happens, you have all these people, the establishment, coming in and getting the ear and making sure that they're doing it, because what that's doing is that's actually undermining Jimmy Dore's reach, because he's building up them, and then what they're doing is completely opposite of what Jimmy's saying. You know, and it's absolutely wild. I got another clip for you here. So Nico House was doing interviewing Ian Schlackman, and that was when Justin Beth. We talked about Justin Beth. He was the guy, the floor manager, and on the PCSC, he was in the chat, and so they started a new stream and then brought Justin Beth, and they started talking about the things that went down. So let me share this. So this again will again start putting everything together, and then you see how Justin Beth is in the middle of all this. And if you look at the structure of the Green Party, nobody has been kicked out. There's nothing happened. No accountability. And what they do is they say, well, Howie Hawkins is not running. But the point is they picked Howie Hawkins. Howie Hawkins was the guy that, okay, I'll run. You know what I mean? And he doesn't care because he's a professional runner. He's ran 25 races, lost every single one of them.
What?
Every single one, not one race. At 50 years in politics, and then the Green Party has the audacity to talk shit to anybody about not being ready for prime time. You can't even get dog catcher, and then you're gonna sit there. See, this is so it's all gaslighting.
Yeah,
And
it seems like it's just it's one big like theater, and not really, like, you're not really getting anywhere. It feels like you're just spinning your tires in the mud. You know what I mean? Like, and
you can't tell people though, because here's the big key. So, like I was telling Michael O'Neill, he's the communications director. He got paid Hawkins' campaign in August. The GPUS got paid for the national communications director in September. So it was a transition. He had been using Jill Stein's page with David Cobb, which was Jill Stein's campaign manager. They were doing this Greenway Forward. They were doing these weekly things or whatever for their organization, running money through there, and they were sharing it on the GPUS official pages. So that's the connection to Jill Stein. Jill Stein knows is that, okay, you're using my name. I'm the figure. And that's why she goes out and tries to build up, because it's all about bringing in the money and controlling the narrative. So this right here.
Who's worked with the president, the thing that you said earlier?
All right, here we go.
So it's Justin Beth, B-E-T-H.
Mm-hmm.
And last name. And
you work with the president.
SC.
Man, that's a mouthful. Okay. So because Ian did get to open the floor, obviously, for 30 minutes, I want to now give you an opportunity to take, rebut a point.
First of all, I want to thank you for your show, and I want to thank Ian also for raising some of these issues. Can you hear me all right, by the way?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
Okay. And very valuable, and all it could have for all the candidates. But I'd definitely like to maybe share some perspective
Looks like Chad's internet might have dropped or something. We'll just wait a second. He should be right back. Sorry about that. Here he is.
There we go. You guys there?
Yeah.
Did you get any of that, or?
We got the very first minute or so of that.
All right.
But that was about it.
Yeah. All right. That's how you know this shit's gonna get them hard. Gonna get them hard. All right. Here we go.
And very valid concerns that Ian has had, and I that the Presidential Campaign Support Committee maybe has not done all it could have for all the candidates. But I'd definitely like to maybe share some perspective of the PCSC to some of the issues that Ian has raised. And in particular, let's just talk about for a second this idea of official recognition. Official recognition does not disqualify from somebody being on a state's party's ballots. The Presidential Campaign Support Committee to the state parties to say these are the candidates that have met the basic criteria to be considered official, right? That's all it is.
Let me just stop it there, because he admitted that to be on the ballot you don't need to have official recognition. But he said, but the PCSC recommends that candidates be officially recognized. So he proves that they were using that as a metric and as a way to keep people from being on the ballot. And so that's the whole key. Howie Hawkins was
they're gatekeeping with it.
They're gatekeeper. So this guy's the fixer. He's the guy that does damage control, and he loves it. He loves it. He's blocked me. And I got a personal call that I'll play here in just a few too. This guy is in the middle of it all, and he's connected to all these different things. That Lisa Savage campaign I was telling you, he maxed out like $2,500 when she was running supposedly green, and then he was in Maine, so he's a member of the steering committee. He was like a state co-chair or something like that, and PCSC. So all these people have multiple hats in order to have influence on all these different things. So I'll finish.
It doesn't say like who can and cannot be on the ballot. And so as far as like the other candidates that are in the running, we actually do have a website. If you would go to the and I tried to share those links. It's the gpus.org web.
Okay.
And there's a link to a Google document which lists all of the officially recognized candidates, which there are 3, and it will also
talk to personally who's still in the race. Are those rules as malleable as they've claimed?
Said, okay, well, what is the basic criteria to be considered an active candidate? And so there's actually 4 areas of candidates, right? There's known candidates, where people that have like maybe expressed a little interest, and they maybe have said a letter of intent. They have filed an FEC Form 1 and Form 2, formed a campaign committee. Essentially, they need to have also filled out a questionnaire, a candidate questionnaire. So with those 3 things, a letter of interest, FEC filing, and filling out the questionnaire, and they can be considered an active candidate, and they would be an active candidate list, right? We recently had 4 additional people not do the other process, so they were not put onto the list. So, I mean, we have been fairly consistent. Now, there have been a couple times when certain candidates have done some very disturbing behavior, right? And
yeah, I heard about the fight.
There's a candidate that was potentially displaying stalking type behaviors. So we actually had to take an action as a committee to say, does this person, should they still be on our active candidates list if they've been expressing stalking type behavior towards another person? We caught wind of that. So,
So my question would be,
yeah.
for that situation. I don't know that particular situation, but isn't that a little bit paternalistic? Because shouldn't the voter, if there was something filed with the police department and things like that, and of course, if there's some legal reason why you should, that's a different discussion, of course. But can that be left up to the voter to make the decision of to whether or not they want to support them?
So, I mean, it did come up as to whether or not, and it was decided by the entire committee. It was not just the co-chairs of the committee making that decision, right? And there were many women on the committee that felt that that was a reasonable justification to remove this candidate from the list, and they felt a little traumatized by it. So,
Okay,
and
I just feel like that's really paternalistic. I don't know, because I don't know the situation, and I'm not saying that.
That was the introduction where he came in. So basically, again, he's the word salad, trying to create these different tiers of candidates and saying, okay, again, this official recognition. The guy he's talking about is a guy that never showed up to any debates, never showed up. He's sending his thing. His guy's name was Roland or something like that. He was obsessed with Taylor Swift. He was talking about how I ran into you years ago and I should have said something then, and I love you, and like, he was obviously had some crazy shit going on. You know what I mean? I mean, constantly about Taylor Swift, never involved in the party. Because here's the key part. Is one of the things he's doing here is, again, they use bullshit examples to try and make their case. So he's bringing something that's completely off the
It
book.
seems like he was deflecting and using that as a buffer, to kind of be like, well, stuff like this is happening. This is an extreme example as to why we had to take somebody off. You know what I mean? It was because of that. But at least Nico pushed back and was like, well, if there was like at least a police report or something, you know what I mean? If someone did something that was serious enough that, you know what I mean, then people would probably feel a little bit more comfortable saying, you know what I mean, saying, okay, let's remove this person. So that makes,
right,
without knowing all of the detail of it,
right, and I can understand. So the big key here too about all this is that the candidates did a joint statement together. Before I got into the race, there was a joint statement by all the other candidates talking about Howie Hawkins and how they were doing these nefarious things. There was a second joint statement too before I got in the race talking about it. I got in on the third joint statement with all the candidates, how they were removing candidates from the thing. Not only that, is Ian Schlockman did a letter where did an article where Howie Hawkins campaign Kevin Zeese had emailed him basically talking shit to him about running. And after Ian had said something about them sharing Howie Hawkins stuff on the National Party, they had already started pushing his stuff on the party platform. And then that was a big thing. So all the candidates were in communication because they weren't having debates. Us candidates organized debates together. We had a presidential campaign candidate group chat, and we all worked together and which is what you're supposed to do. And
because you want the best person, you know what I mean, the best person that comes out that's going to shine.
And that's what the primary's for, because you're saying, okay, let's build our ideas, let's pick the best ideas, and who's the best to represent it. Like, this should not be rocket science, and it shouldn't be. If we want to be different, if we're going to show our, then we have to approach it different in how we interact, and maybe a round table in how we discuss these things or whatnot. But again, their whole goal was to create this narrative in order to push Howie Hawkins. So this is the response. Oh, and we don't have to watch this whole thing. But this is the response, I believe, from Ian Schlockman. And let me just give a shout out to Ian Schlockman because the man is he was my favorite of the candidates. I would have liked to seen him. I think he has integrity. He actually boycotted the primary, and then he left the party during the primary because of all this. And I thought it was admirable, and I think it actually helped show the integrity of all the candidates, because how we all really embraced each other and how we worked together. To me that was an awesome experience. And not only that is, once you get into it, I realize it's hard to trust anybody because people are always fishing to whatever, and it's always but I did have a lot of people in my DMs feeding me information, even from Howie Hawkins' campaign, letting me know different things that were coming up. And it was somebody had reached out to me to even let me know that there was a violation of him being in another party. He sent me the screenshot. And so that kind of thing was an interesting, just interesting.
It's funny what people will send you privately, but will not come out about publicly.
Well,
because I get a lot of DMs from people just about just different topics and different things that are happening, and what they will say to me privately and
it's
what
different.
They will say publicly are very different things. Everyone has these public and private opinions. I don't. What you see is what you get.
Same
But
no
a
filter.
lot of people have, these very public and private opinions about things. And it just makes for that whole smoke-filled back room feel to me. That's what it feels like. It feels like it's no different than the Democrats. It's no different than MSM. It's no different than any of these people that have done this stuff for how long?
And if Jill Stein is so engaged in the party, how could she not know that? How would, if she was that, how would she allow this and still put her name on it? If she really cared.
If she was at a party to it, yeah.
But you're right. Is people don't like the retribution or when people come back at you. So John Andrews, that was one of the things we're talking about. Is you have to get signatures from different in order to get official recognition. One of the things is to get signatures from a bunch of. Ours was 100 signatures over 5 states or something like that of Green Party members. But they're not even letting you speak to the Green Party members. You can't post on the pages because the people running the pages end up blocking you. And the person that's controlling the Google spreadsheet is that guy, the head of the PCSE. So as soon as somebody signs for you, it puts their name on a target list because all they have to do is call the person because they know who it is. They know who in the party is supporting you. So they can attack it and go towards it, and it's just mind blowing.
It's completely set up to for people to fail.
Completely.
It's set up for people to fail. It doesn't seem like it's set up for people to succeed and for there to be an actual democracy within the party. And it feels like, from what I was saying before, I've had people on and in the Green Party, and there's a definitely disconnect between what the people that you recognize, right, as the talking heads for this party, right, for the Green Party. When you think about it, there's certain names that even somebody that doesn't dive into politics much, they probably know who Jill Stein is. They probably knew who Hawkins is. They're recognized. They have the name recognition. But
look at Indian media kissing their ass. The people that are telling you everything that's wrong, and all of a sudden here's somebody that they're not telling that anything's wrong. It creates this false narrative.
Yeah, it's really manipulative.
Yeah.
It's complete manipulation and gaslighting, and that's what I've experienced with indie media myself, like firsthand. And like, you know, being handled, and you know what I mean, you kind of get like, you know, love bombed by them until you ask the wrong questions, or you point out things that they do not want you
or you
to
get out of line. You don't you and that's what Jill Stein wants. She wants to be worshipped. She wants to be the princess or whatnot, and she's just a corrupt tool. That's it. Cause there either you're stupid and you don't know what's going on, or you're complicit. And I say that because you can't have both ways. You can't have both. And I mean when with somebody that's preaching, I know this, right? She's ahead of it, and she'll speak to you like she knows what the fuck's going on. And it's a hustle. I mean, it's a hustle. That's how they make their money. How these retiree academia, you know, it's how they do it. What's her name? I saw the thing about Dario. Yeah, no, I had a lot of issue with Dario too, because of just there was a lot of weird snaky shit that he was doing. And like I said, he didn't have anything to say about the rigging until he learned he wasn't going to win, and then Jesse Ventura came in for his exploratory. And so you remember this guy right here, he's the one who sabotaged it. And he's going to go into start talking about the PCSC having a conflict of interest policy. That's what he's going to say. There's a conflict of interest policy. So he's about to tell on his motherfucker. Oh no, Schlockman. Oh, you know, like there were some people. I met some really good people from it, from running. I really did, and you know, and again, and I understand that, you know, a lot of people don't necessarily, they just let things go, or you know, I know he's doing his thing, but for me, I see it as unless we can figure out who our enemies are, there's no changing shit. Because because what they say, your enemies can kill you, but only your friends can hurt you. And you know, the California GP, and the reason why that's guarded is because that's got the highest amount of registered voters. See, this thing, California had what, 80,000 registered or something like that. High. Howie Hawkins only got a few thousand, only a few thousand people even vote. Howie Hawkins got less than 10,000 votes, I believe, completely in the primary. Wow. Completely in the primary across the country. He's been in the business 50 years. He's been doing this, and that's all he could get.
And he's got name recognition.
And when Jesse
like
Ventura,
he's got the name recognition.
Jesse Ventura they had people sign up. In like a week or two, they had already had over 10,000 people sign up to and here's the cool thing, and we'll get to that too. I know this is so much, you know, if you guys have any questions or you want to, you know, I don't want to overload you, but this is just, I mean, it's so much, but the Ventura, the PAC that came out of the exploratory committee, they reached out to me and said, hey, we see you're running, and we see you're talking about the corruption. Well, we're running into this. You know, the fake name, this Justin Beth used the fake name. And he said, when they moved on, he threatened to sue them on behalf of Jesse. He threatened to sue them. And so we teamed up with the Venturians, and I brought all the candidates together, and I said, let's have a discussion. A coach, if you're a coach, you're going to put in your best candidate. I'm sorry, you're going to bet your best player at the game-winning moment. So I brought all of the candidates together to say, hey, should we pinch hit Ventura? Should we have this discussion? Because we have to realize what we can
let's have a huddle and figure this out if we're going to get anywhere with this. Yeah.
And it was a live stream, and a lot of people gave me shit for it. But what it did is it opened up the floodgates for the party, and it created this whole mess. And so then that's when you started seeing like the Robin Lorraine from Michigan, which is a co-chair of Michigan, publicly saying, "Oh, you know, fuck what you know, Ventura, and I'll do whatever I can to stop it." Like you have these people publicly saying all these different things. Let me play this clip here, and then we could start going over some Ventura stuff, or we can go through that list, that second email I sent you of all those, because there was I don't know if you can find it now. There was a hashtag called Clean the Greens. And it was a Dario supporter, which was weird. The whole thing was weird anyways, because she disappeared and was doing some weird, the whole thing is weird. And that you run for president, and you start seeing that shit's weird, and how people operate, and you know, people are snakes. They really are. But some people are genuine.
We can't assume that everybody has integrity like we have. You know what I mean? Like we can't assume that about other people. We want to see the best in people, but that doesn't mean that it's there. It's not always there.
And people fall for it. If you speak the language, you read the script, they fall for it. That's it. Like it's like
already been think tanked.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's already been think tanked out. They have this down because they've been doing it for so long.
Yeah, they've been testing these things, means testing every device that is used in the elections for every aspect of them, like whether it's to use a third party or a fourth party or a fifth party or whatever, just to scramble up the votes and lower the numbers. And
it's a way, it's to spin your energy, waste your energy, lead people to nowhere, make it palatable for people.
Right.
This is it's mind blowing that anybody that's nobody critiques the Green Party. Nobody. I mean, I Primo Radical, he just pushed back. He just actually.
You mean from like independent media? Is that what you're referencing?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that that's clear, because I think that people critique them and volunteers critique them and other people, but there's the independent media doesn't.
But see, there's controlled critique, right?
Sure.
So even you see a third party can't win. And they use these same talking points as if that's what people really care about. It's a presentation. Why are you so corny about how you present yourself?
They don't know how to not be corny.
Well, they want, but that's the thing, is they want that. And we've got this bad hippie image. You want that hippie image.
Yeah, it's
doing it.
I was talking about the same thing, like how if you want something to be perceived by people a certain way, there's channels and routes that you take. You send it through the NPR, you send it through the college radio first, you know, and things that are outside the norm. You know what I mean? You can float them on a counterculture fucking vibe that hippies and heads and people who think they're outside the fucking thing.
They think they're being diversive.
They think they're being subversive and
subversive,
trying to, you know what I mean? They're being alt like Hunter Thompson or something. But meanwhile, they don't understand that Hunter Thompson wrote for the CIA and actually did different things for our establishment. You know what I mean? Like there's this disconnect. But there's a method to it. Like you're pointing out exactly the thing with the Green Party. You're a bunch of heads, right? You're a bunch of hippies. You remember how it used to be in the 60s, man. We were going to take over the fucking establishment.
It's a false image.
It's just counterculture psyop. That's what it is.
It's a false image.
And they've used this for decades, man. Shit. Since I've been alive.
It's a facade. It's a facade of these certain people that are pushed that have the name
recognition. There's money in it.
And it's just worse when it comes to when people are speaking your language. They say, we know what's wrong.
Yes.
But they still lead you, and then they still ignore the same behavior that they say they're against.
Right.
Like, do you want people to make the decision to vote? Do you want people to come into the party, or do you want to gatekeep and only get the person you want? Like you can't have it both ways. You are either election integrity or you're, because that's what the establishment does. They only want people that look like them, that they can control, that they can manipulate, that is not going, because you're not going to put your friends under the bus. You're not.
I really feel that's how the entire the entire paradigm has to work, right? You
That's
need
it.
you need
It's
those things to
academic.
be
It's all
yes.
academic.
It has to be academic. It has to be heady, right? The whole thing has to be like
It's an image.
just an image that's a higher intellect or
It's
something for voting that
the
way.
appeal to authority is baked in to the indoctrination. It's all appeal to authority, right? And then that's how they get their access, right? They go get their accolades, and they can do their circles, and they go around and do their things, and it's all under that same. They're not going to step on that because that is their structure. It's
No, because
that's their bread and butter,
if
man.
you wrong think, if you speak outside of where you're supposed to speak, or if you do any of that stuff, then you will get backlash. It's the same thing that I see happen over and over again. Like it's reflective of independent media. It's reflective and like what you're telling me about the party. Like I just see these patterns over and over and over again, and I'm like, this is no different. None of this is any different. It's just different faces, a different facade.
Yeah, different agendas. You know what I mean? But ultimately, it's to earn money and clout and influence and power. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. I know we keep stopping.
Well, like removing him as an active candidate isn't going to make him less of a stalker. I feel like maybe he's just got to beat at the ballot box.
It was a very tough decision.
Got you. Go ahead, Ian. I'd like for you to respond.
Well, I guess one of the big things that strikes me about this is Justin. When did you join the PC?
November.
Say that one more time. Say that one more time.
November or October of 2018.
Got you.
And we know that because we saw he was the floor manager when they changed the 2020 rules.
And then, yeah, go ahead, Ian.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because you and I have talked privately quite a couple times, and I'm just a little surprised that you didn't take some of my concerns directly to the PCSC, or if you did, you didn't really tell me about it. I'll give you a cover. If you were on the PCSC in early 2018, then you saw the same thing that I saw, the same thing that Dario Hunter commented on. I have the email, which was the letter from Andrea Merida representing the Hawkins campaign, basically saying these are the little bit of pushback inside the PCSC. I'll give you all a little credit. Some of those requirements were lowered a little bit, but ultimately a candidate like myself who's running to say we need to focus on down ticket, it was a personal attack, I personally feel, when you all let the Hawkins team write the rules, and now every candidate has to function like the Hawkins team is functioning. And I mean, other PCSC members have talked about this, spoken up about it, and I haven't heard you really speak up about it. I'd like you to say something about it if you could.
Absolutely. I'm so glad you asked me that question, Ian, because I heard this on the Primo Nutmeg interview as well. So let me explain why you would think that the letter from Andrea shaped exactly what came out from the PCSC. Okay. So at the time that I joined the PCSC, which is again October, November, of finalizing Article 10 requirements for official recognition, right? And that had all these kind of lower criteria for donations and for signature. On that committee at that time was Kevin Zeese and Michael Feinstein. They left not long after I joined the committee. But what happened is Kevin Zeese probably took what we had created for Article 10, right? And Michael Feinstein and Kevin Zeese had some objections to it, basically in the low thresholds for money raising, right? They want to increase the money raising. In fact, we get attacked on that all the time, saying that we have very low criteria to qualify for official recognition based on they only need to be $1,000, right? $10 in 100 individual $10 donations, right? So that's the minimum threshold of donations. And Kevin and Michael Feinstein wanted a higher limit, right? So they basically they cut and paste what we had for Article 10.
That has your volume up a little bit too high. It's like a little echo, slight one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're fine. Go ahead.
Okay. So that, Kevin Dees basically took the language we had, right, that we were working on, that was in draft. And he basically, the letter that came out from Andrea had the higher criteria. And we basically, we were already working on that version. So that's why they look so similar. But
it doesn't make any sense because what we saw from Andrea clearly came from the Hawkins team, and on top of that, we also saw requirements in there about ballot access. So now the Hawkins team is dictating how other candidates have to address the issue of ballot access. I don't understand why that wasn't removed from the PCSC's language, and I also don't understand why the PCSC wasn't more honest about the fact that the Hawkins team was so involved.
So again, the letter that Andrea came out with from the Hawkins team was using what Kevin Dees had from the time he was on the PCSC. That's why the language looks so similar.
So real quick. So real quick, and I don't mean to interrupt, but so there seems to be a clear conflict here from the beginning, because at least Kevin Dees is now literally on Howie Hawkins' campaign team, right? So he left the PCSC and ended up on Howie Hawkins' team. And so do you see why people like Ian and Dario and others could believe that there's some, at least, I don't want to say nefarious as in like they're trying to screw the Green Party, but at least nefarious as far as some type of attempt to coalesce and even potentially bend the rules so it could favor Howie? Because at that point, if these people were clearly trying to raise the threshold, which would benefit no one but Howie, because relatively everyone else who was running was not really known at the time, then they go to Howie's campaign. Do you understand why a lot of these candidates feel that there was some type of maneuver, like joint maneuver, to kind of tip the scales in favor of Howie Hawkins?
A presidential campaign, fortunately, that is not a policy that is shared across the other committees, including the Green. That's something that bothered me quite a bit. Something I've actually kind of fought for, but we also get a lot of pushback, and so I think that of our also gotten resistance from.
Okay, Ian, I think you have the volume a little bit high.
All right, so you notice they're talking about one of the things was money threshold, right? You have to get a certain amount of money in order to qualify for that official recognition.
It was like 10 people, $10 from 10 people.
You needed to raise like a certain amount of money from people, yeah. But I wasn't worried about that, because the idea is if you put yourself in front of the party, if you get a chance to put in front of the party, it's going to make it easier to campaign, right? But if they're not not allowing you to, then how are you going to raise that money? How are you going to get signatures? So they're saying, okay, unless you've been in the party a long time, then you have no value here. And then because that's what they want you to do. Oh, make cold calls. Oh, go out there and get signatures. When we have the internet, there's zero. So the guy that was doing the visual stuff, I can't think of his name right now. He had been doing it for like 15 years through all this internet boom, and these people, what you don't understand what you have. And they got the TV show now, the Rabbit Hole with Kiefer Sutherland. They name drop the Green Party. Then they name drop it. Mike, people know the party is just it's a purpose to keep it a certain way. So I just wanted to point that out. That was one of the threshold. And when Nico interviewed me, that was the point that he kept giving me on. Well, why didn't you raise the money? Well, why didn't you raise the money? That was Nico's pushback to me. And I'm like, dude, it's not about the fucking money. You shouldn't have to raise the pandemic with all this stuff is going on, I believe, at that time. So it's like, don't we want to get money out of politics? Why are we even arguing this? But again, he's friends with Jill Stein, so he's automatically going to kiss her ass and not challenge her. So, and even the interview that Nico did with me, he didn't even put my name. He just put a picture of the Green Party, the whatever. It's like hidden. It's so ridiculous because all these people can reach out, right? Jill Stein can reach out to him and say, hey, don't try not to give him too much, right? And I'm saying that because that's the kind of guy Nico House is. He always name drops about how Tulsi Gabbard, he loves her and she's whatever. And it's just a bunch of fluff, and there's no criticism about the people that you support and the people that you prop up. And I mean, that's a side note. I don't even worry about Nico, because I was actually glad he did this. But that's the funny thing. If you look at that interview, you see his talking points are purpose for a reason. Like, why are you trying to shit on me? Like, when shit on me for that, because I don't want to raise money, and why am I going to participate in this process that's rigged? You want me to, and then you want me to go and get these signatures and tell people to sign, and then like I said, put their name on a chopping block. I have got a screenshot, and it's in one of those things. We'll get to, and it was a girl said, a lady said, I'd vote for Chad or something like that. And then one of the co-chairs in Ohio, one of the guys that actually signed the PCSC thing that Hawkins didn't violate, was like, oh, like publicly talking shit and talking down. And I'm like, dude, the dude looks like corn. It's like cornballs. They put cornballs, not real motherfuckers, in place because they'll gatekeep. And it's like because they've never had, I don't know. It's like people that care too much about that shit. You know what I mean? It's like it's a very, if you really step back and look at the people, their character, and how the personalities work, you really start to see the picture. You really do.
So there's a comment here that Eagle Winged Turtles said, "What money? Greens are almost completely unpaid." So I don't know if you can speak on that at all. I'm not sure how that works.
Well, they raise money. The thing is, think about it. You have 100,000 people sending $10. That's $1 million.
And where does it go? Like, now when they collect donations, when you're running,
to the campaign.
Your campaigin. Okay, so does
that
go to you? Does it go to your campaign funds, or does it go to Green Party fund? Like, how does?
Well, it depends. I believe it depends on. I'm not sure exactly how it's set up, exactly, because the campaign deals with it, but the party itself also has resources, because the party's getting donations individual too, separate from the campain. So okay. the idea is to have the winning campaign, because it's a free for all. It's big money. That's what I'm saying. You have 100,000 people. If you had 250,000 greens, which is not true, there's literally less than 1,000 people that are actively engaged. There's probably 100 to 200 people actively engaged in the Facebook. The Facebook is where all of the conversion goes. It really is a small club, and it's individual people. And it's when everybody says, "Oh, we're going to take over the Green Party." They're full of shit, because how does it operate? Who's in charge? Who makes the decisions? Like, nobody understands the personalities. Nobody understands unless you get on the bad side. And then once you get on the bad side, they kick you out, or most people don't stay. Why would you stay where you're being treated like shit? And that's why nobody joins the Green Party. Let me see. Do you want to pull up any of those slides that I sent you?
Yeah, sure. I can pull them up.
Does anybody have any questions? And I'm trying to really, hold hold it together and
Yeah,
just
I'm not sure if there might be questions. I'm not sure.
like follow along. Oh, you know what? Let me play this little video of Justin Beth. Let me do this. Here we go. Real quick. So this was the second call that I had with Justin Beth. The first one, he called me when he was telling me about Ventura, and he wanted me to drop out of the race. So they were going to use Ventura's exploratory whatever to well, basically they wanted to make sure it didn't get any attention and make sure it didn't work. The guy that was in charge of the campaign did an official launch, and I kid you not, I wish I would have saved it. He didn't live stream from the state party, Michigan, when they, or Minnesota, when they added him. He did it from his personal thing, and the whole time all you heard was the governor, Ventura, was doing an exploratory, and there was it's so bad that you just dismiss it almost, because and that's part of it too. You do put incompetent people in there on purpose that are appeal to authority kind of guys. So let me play this. So he calls me at like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and so this was
That's
in
early.
yeah. So this was at June 8th, 2020. So this was before the convention. This was why the primary was going on. This is why Jesse Ventura, he said he wasn't going to run, but he said if the Green Party, made me the nominee, then what am I going to say? No, basically. And so that kept the movement going, because the official narrative of the Green Party was always saying, oh, well, Jesse Ventura is not running. No, Jesse said, I'm not going to run in the primary. But the thing is, Jesse actually got delegates. See, that's the thing about to win the nomination. It's about delegates. So as long as you have delegates, you don't even have to run. Jesse didn't run; he had delegates, but they controlled the delegates, the state parties. And not only that, you have caucuses. When all these identity politic caucuses, the Women's Caucus, the Lavender Caucus, which is LGBTQ, you have the Black Caucus, you had the Youth Caucus. And they all gave out delegates. Well, that was one thing that Dara was talking about, is at the end of the prime, they lowered the delegate count. Some states didn't even vote. There was phantom primaries. These are like, and there wasn't like a division up of these delegates evenly. So I mean, all this stuff was just going on. So this was before that. I mean, I'm gonna spitfire a bunch of stuff. If you hear anything that you want, just catch on. I called him back.
I'm not hearing anything. I'm not hearing anything. Chad, I can't hear it.
I think you might have to do the share video thing or something again. Maybe his thing's lagging.
No, I don't know. I can't hear it. I don't think he hears. I don't think he knows that.
I think he can hear you.
I'm unmuted. I can't hear it, Chad.
He's like, what the
I
hell?
can't hear it.
You can't hear it?
No. I couldn't hear anything.
Why didn't you say that?
I did.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I was listening to myself. Let me do it again. Let me show you. I was all proud of myself. Really.
I know, I could tell, and I'm like, oh, I can't hear it. I'm like, I'm in
Because
the
here's the thing: is Justin Beth? He's so bad. If you were any journalist that was really could easily dismantle him. And I'm not a journalist. I'm not in that manner. You know, my approach is different. I'm clumsy in my approach. But the point is he's so bad at lying. If you know that what's going on, you can just see right through it. Anyways, here's the. So that's why I was laughing, because he makes me laugh
Now I hear it.
in a shitty way.
Good morning. Just calling to say that I'm not going to respond, believe anything I say. So, I don't believe the word of anything that I've said. So,
why should I trust you?
John
Andrews.
So, what about John Andrews?
You said you gave me all honesty, and so but you're not acknowledging what John Andrews pretty much allowed to happen. You've ignored that. You've sabotaged. You sabotaged Jesse.
You're saying things about me and about John. You're saying that I allowed John to do things, or that John has done things.
You're covering for him.
I'm not. So I have been honest about John and the PCSC the entire time.
Okay, so then why does Hawkins have his official recognition? Why is he allowed to be a candidate when what has happened with the co-chairs and all the conflict of interest, the steering committee, the changes on the PCSC, Kevin Zeese, Andre, and people? Aren't you on the steering committee too? And then you're doing this thing with Jesse behind the scenes with a fake name and doing all the touching, telling Jesse that there's only one, that there's no way viable, and then trying to threaten people for doing a pack that has nothing to do with Jesse. Like, I mean, when did you originally when did you reach out to him? When did you reach out to him?
As a presidential candidate, 20. No. So
You've been in contact with Jesse Ventura. You've been in contact with Jesse Ventura. So Jesse Ventura didn't know the process. Didn't he say he didn't know the process? You've been in CSC, and then that's what. So you know everything that was going on.
He doesn't care about process because he was going to do it.
Okay.
So
what accusation?
You made plenty of accusations saying that I'm working with the Hawkins campaign, or I'm a fixer. You just said I was a fixer. I'll tell you.
Damage control, fixer.
I have been honest with you in every single conversation of anything I say.
Well, because you're defending John.
I'm done talking with you, Chad.
You're defending John at 5 o'clock in the morning. So
It's breaking up for me.
That's that. That's exactly how a coward. Welcome to the Green Party. Thank you for joining.
Oh, that was great. That was great. So
Some of it broke up for me. I don't know if it was okay for if everyone else could hear it. It broke up for me a little bit.
oh, damn. That was good. That was a good little clip too. Do you want me to play it again?
I don't know if it
Well,
did it
it's
work for everybody. If it worked for everybody.
it was jumping in and out as far as the screen. I heard it. I mean, I could hear it here, but well, we can I can share this separately or whatnot if I need to. Anyways, the point is I basically called out what was going on. He called me at 5 o'clock in the morning because they were starting to feel the pressure with everybody finding out what was going on, and they've done a great job in suppressing it. Like you can barely find it anywhere. You know, as far as the information. Now we have. Let's look at. So this is the guy. See if you can hear this. So this was what's his name? He was a spokesperson.
How the nomination process has been rigged. Yeah. So the main issue is that the PCSC, which is the body that approves candidates to be Green Party approved candidates, you can run within the Green Party, but there's a process you have to go through in order to qualify for extra funding and now apparently ballot access too. Some of those hoops include getting signatures. Other hoops include being able to fundraise for the party, which is really benefited by having public appearances, which when the party, we know now from work that folks like Chad have done, was hosting unsanctioned party events where they would only invite Howie Hawkins to speak out of all the candidates. You know, which candidate is going to have the easiest time raising funds for a grassroots third party then if only one of them is getting that kind of boost preemptively. So there have been ways that that part of the process has been skewed. And then the response that a lot of people have to that is, well, that just provides funding. But then you look at the mess of, like, was it North Carolina where it was only Howie on the ballot because their requirements were different from the party.
And something else that came up that's sort of adjacent to that I thought was really interesting was when Mike Gravel was on my show. He mentioned how there was an email that went out in Mike Gravel's name asking people to donate to Howie Hawkins. And this was last September, so it was fairly early in the race. Turned out Mike Gravel had no knowledge of Howie Hawkins and didn't authorize that. Something else I wanted to ask you about today was Howie Hawkins. Are you endorsing him?
No, I don't know much about him, and so I haven't endorsed anybody else in that regard.
Do you know who Howie Hawkins is?
I've just been so busy with so many emails that I get. So, to my knowledge, no.
That went out from your campaign or addressed from your campaign that was asking people to donate to the Howie Hawk campaign. Did you?
No, I didn't. And you have to understand that my campaign was run by teenagers, and a couple of occasions they can endorse who they want as individuals, but they don't necessarily bind me on any endorsements in that regard.
But there's several other things that have popped up along the way too, that I think have been raised. One is the party membership rule, where Howie Hawkins is a member of the Socialist Party USA and is actually their nominee, and if is not nominated, could be running against the Green Party. And
He said he would even.
right, and I
Yeah.
think Andrea was even kind of publicly threatening that, right? Like, you guys better nominate us, essentially.
Oh yeah, I love that they lob around means.
Right.
Or they did too. Just yesterday, they told us to take our efforts and go get independent ballot access for Jesse. So okay, so the 8,000 plus people that have signed the petition to make him the Green Party nominee are now going to go run an independent campaign when your party actively has a petition going to get people to pledge to vote Green right now. Like it's pretty hypocritical to advance those kind of arguments and use not a real Green as a purity test to try and disqualify us from participating.
It's also funny coming from somebody who was a Democrat just a few years ago. So
yeah, right.
Additionally, there's the fact that Andrea herself was on the steering committee and working in the Howie Hawkins campaign at the same time. You also have two other steering committee members, Tony Nedge and Margaret Flowers, who are supportive of Howie Hawkins. I think Margaret Flowers was even in charge of the Draft Howie campaign originally. And then there's Kevin Zeese as well. He's not on the steering committee, but he has an influential role in the Green Party. So what do you think the end is here? What are these folks trying to do via Howie Hawkins? Why did they want to effectively be able to decide who the Green Party nominee is going to be?
Well, from the public statements that we've seen from folks going back, at least a year, we know that at least among some of them, they think that there's some problem with the image of Jesse Ventura, that they don't want it associated with the party. And it seems like some of them have a feeling that it's not right for him to have not put in the work of creating the party, was a statement that I've seen expressed by another Green Party insider before. So it seems like a lot of it was deliberately targeted to sabotage a late stage Ventura candidacy, as if they were kind of planning for him to try and, they phrase it like waltz in there in the summer and claim the nomination. The reality is it's kind of a pragmatic pitch to a party that seems frustrated right now. And there's been a lot of discussions between folks online where doesn't plan on winning money for a candidate that doesn't want to win. Sure does pay for the salaries of the folks involved. So there's a pretty cynical outlook that you can have on the optics of all of this, which is just, if you run a candidate that doesn't want to win, where does all that extra money go? It goes back into the party. Where does that go? To fund the insiders who are supposedly promoting the party. Right? So I can understand how people reach those conclusions. And, whether that's the reality or whether it's incompetence or whether it's pretty clear when using a party that's already established to promote progressive ideals. Most of what the Green Party stands for, a lot of people would agree with.
I think we should see some responses from Jill Stein. How are you guys doing on time? I don't know how long you guys, because this is, clearly I've got tons and tons of shit.
Keep going.
All right, I think this may be a Jill Stein. Let's see. This is about Jesse, I think. Maybe.
You spoke with at the Green Party and who was...
No, I will not.
Okay.
No, I'm not here to do all the best. I want them to succeed.
Oh, this is Ventura's statement.
Unfortunately, they're having a tough time of it.
Right,
and I won't go into that. That's their business, and I don't
and I don't want to badmouth them in any way. I think, see, the only thing I will say, and this bothered me greatly, was that there was back asking the question if I was one of them. What is one of you? What do you mean, am I one of you? And my point, most critical issues right now to me, personally and politically, number one is pollution. And I use the term pollution because well, shouldn't that be enough for them?
You'd think so.
Them, and yet there was question out there whether I would, and I beat them twice.
It's breaking up again, Chad.
Undefeated against them, and yet they would question whether I'm one of them. I was offended by that.
So I certainly.
It's breaking up again.
At least twice.
Let me find. Let me stop for a second. Let me find the Jill Stein one. So yeah, and that was Jesse, obviously talking about the way he was treated. So you see the difference in the way that Cornel West is embraced by Stein and Hedges and all this kind of stuff, and the difference in the way that they kind of gaslit Ventura about possibly running, because Ventura, he's actually ran and won. He was a governor. So it's quite.
Did you see this comment from Monarch too? I guess Jill Stein talked about Howie Hawkins, the division in the Green Party recently with Savvy Sabs.
Did she?
I haven't watched her channel, so I don't know.
I'll watch it.
But
I'll. It's hard to watch. I'm sure it was some. See, here's the thing: is what they're going to try to do is blame it on Howie Hawkins and Howie Hawkins' wing, and the people are still in position. They knew what was going on the whole time. The whole idea of what they do is just like the Democrats versus the Republicans. They're still protecting the goose, the golden goose. And they may be fighting or trying to control it, but they're not going to give up the hustle. The hustle is still the hustle.
And I don't want to like jump a gun or anything. Like, I don't know where, you know what I mean? Because you've put all of this together. But, you know, I know that Jill Stein still receives money and payments to her campaign. Like, she's still receiving that money.
Yeah. I believe her campaign is still active. Her 2016 Jill Stein for president. President. FEC. You can find out a lot of shit on the FEC.
Eagle and Turtle, if you have questions or things that you would like to ask, just please frame it as a question and I will ask Chad. I don't see everything in the chat because I'm trying to pay attention to everything as I'm doing this, but I'm doing the best that I can to, you know, whatever it is. Chad's here to also inform me about a lot of this stuff. So if you have pushback, then let us know.
What's the whopper? Yeah, well, we just heard that's right. The Green Party reached out to Ventura, and Ventura said, "Hey, I'm going to come. I'm not going to run the regular thing." He says, "I'll be your guy. I'll be the face of the party, and this is what I want to happen." So the point is, the key point is how do you win the nomination? It's about getting delegates. So it does not matter at what point you get in the race. And see, this is where the narrative goes, is they keep saying, oh, well, people didn't even have a chance to vote, whatever. The point is to get delegates. Right. Ventura, just as an exploratory committee, got enough delegates to speak at the convention without even running.
Yep.
And the Howie Hawkins wing is still... Michael O'Neill has been paid by Howie Hawkins since 2012, since he's been running for governor, I believe, in New York. Go look. You can go look on the FEC. Michael O'Neill. So Michael O'Neill, like I said, he's been running Jill Stein's page. Michael O'Neill is very connected to that. He's still the communications director for the National Party. He got paid in Hawkins in August, and then got paid by the GPUS in September. If you want to, it's connected. They're pretending that it's this Hawkins wing. Yes, it may be a couple of those people, but why didn't they expel them then? There was plenty enough evidence to do it. Is because Ajamu was a part of that group. These people are all in it together, and it's just a shuffle. That's all it is. But they're not going to hurt the hustle. They're not. I mean, Jill Stein for president. They just filed July Quarterly 7/13/2023. Another $100,000. Is that what cash on the hand? Okay. Yeah. I mean, how much money does Jill Stein for president need to raise for her campaign for 2016 when she's not running? The point is not about it. The infrastructure of the party rigged it, and there was no pushback of it. I'm reading this thing because not everybody in the Green Party agrees with Howie Hawkins. You're right. You're right. No, it was not a minority faction. The whole party is minority because they're having different hats controlling all the narratives and all the control on all these organizations that have influence. That's the way it works. It's the National Party. It's the face of these state parties because it connects it. It's a federation. The party rigged it, and there was no stopping it. There was plenty of all this information here should have been an easy way to expel those people. But why didn't they do it? Why aren't they talking about how they did it? It's because the whole idea is to blame it on that, shift blame, and not implicate them in what they allowed to happen.
I like to answer Yepex's question. He's like, is Chad telling us we shouldn't support the Green Party at all? I'm like, I don't think Chad's trying to tell you anything other than information to inform your opinion.
The experience.
So you know what you want to do.
Yeah, you have to make that decision for yourself.
So here's the thing. The Democratic Party, it's a corporation, right? It's ran by certain people. The actual infrastructure of the party, that's how it works. You file as some sort of corporation or nonprofit. There's a filing you do to be a party. Can you change the Democratic Party by playing in the mess when it's actually controlled by a certain amount of people? I mean, it's no different from the Green Party. That's all I'm saying is I am not going to waste my time where someone's going to lie to me and pretend these things. I see through the hustle. The whole idea of the establishment is to prevent any kind of movement. So there's always going to be infiltration. 20 years, 23 years since the GPUS, and it's where it's at. It's all controlled opposition. And Jill Stein's not talking about it. Cornel West isn't talking about it. Cornel West is praising Fauci. How is he so removed? How is he so removed from everything? From everything? How is he praising Cuomo? Tell your mom I said hi.
He's
These
insulated.
people grew up together.
He's insulated. He has an insular life.
These guys make money telling you about how they're fucking you. That's how they make their money. That's how Chris Hedges makes his money. He says, I never vote for a Democrat, but he'll say full-throated, I voted for Bernie in the primary twice after acknowledging that Bernie's been a Democratic stooge since the 90s. Well, motherfucker, what are you saying? You're saying that continue trying to do that stupid shit and being pompous about it. Oh, because you go talk to people at the prison, that makes you feel better about yourself, motherfucker. These cats, they're doing it on purpose. That smug face. He called Howie Hawkins a revolutionary.
That's the thing right there. I wanna put the brakes on 1 second here.
Sure.
My whole point with I haven't really brought up, but I am like so past electoral politics and this entire premise that we have to vote or we can't have a better system than what we already have. It's the greatest thing that's ever existed since ever. So we have to adopt these systems that are already in place, and there's no other fucking choice, and there's no other talk. Crickets. Right? Always when you say, well, what if we just did something different and started over? Like, no, we can't do that because there's too many fucking people in line to get with their fucking hand out. And the second people start talking about an actual revolution, which, by the way, everyone, you can't use existing systems to achieve revolution. It doesn't work that way. You have to invent new ways to do things. So
if that was the case, then we would have already had one.
Right. And that is fundamentally the thing that makes the wheel go round. Everybody agreeing that this is the only way forward and we have to vote. That's it. And all over the conversation is just like, dismissed as crazy talk.
So he's saying it's not 750,000. That's not right. That's way more than that she had to pay back. She's been making money since 2016. She's made enough to pay them back. She's made enough to pay them back. But if you look at it, look who's being paid. David Cobb. You have David Schwab, and you have Michael O'Neill's being paid on there. This is a hustle, and them owing money is great because then they can raise it.
Yeah.
Then they can raise
it. That's how the grift works.
That's
it
great.
Feeds
that's
itself.
great for them.
Yeah.
That's perfect because then they can look at me. I'm fighting the power, and it's like the establishment. It's all little bitty stuff to make you really think that this person's little photo op. Oh, she got handcuffed to a chair. So fucking what?
That's always the thing.
Are you fucking mad? Are you angry at what's going on? No,
they just
not.
did the same thing. RFK just did the same thing. He's like, I want to thank everybody for making us $3 million in 3 days. And I'm like, dude, you could have went to the bank and got $3 million. What the fuck are you talking about? $3 million? You just scammed all of these working class people that believe you're the fucking antithesis of a fucking politician when you're just bred in an elite family your whole entire life and know exactly all the ins and outs of fucking all of it because you're a studied lawyer and shit. You are a grifter a fucking mile away. I see you coming. And that's his thing is like, thank you for showing your support. Like, thank you for giving me your money. You like people don't see past that anymore.
I feel like we go through political deja vu every like 3 years.
It's a loop.
We go through a political deja vu. It becomes Groundhog's Day. It's like the same thing over and over. And everything that they learned from the last time we went through this, it goes out the window. And I'm done. Like, I'm nonpartisan in this. Like, I'm not voting anymore. I want to host this for information.
Well, so this is how I look at it.
Pertinent.
So we could talk about election integrity. To me, that's number one. So the point here is if you acknowledge that, then you say, okay, well, then why even participate, right? So. And it's a very valid question, right? And the way that I look at it is if you recognize obviously that something doesn't work, you still have to have the mechanism in place because of the vacuum that this shit would create, because we see how these things work. So the idea about the process is about learning how to make people aware of what's going on. So, for instance, force the vote for Jimmy, right? Jimmy used his leverage, his power, and created this way to put people to show their ass, and it created a spotlight for people to show that they're full of shit.
Yeah.
And that was influence, and that was power, and that was the reason why Jimmy really got the big wave of hit. That's the power that they don't want, because part of it is the influence, the social influence. But if you have the mechanism to say, okay, well, we are organized and doing this right, that's when it becomes scary, because you start to see their hustle and how they do it. And if you're able to do it, that's what's scary for them. And then that's what they're really going to try and stamp down. But again, it's about pressure, and you can't change something unless you apply pressure in that change. And I don't think it's the only way. I mean, I have my own, like, I guess, tactics I would, or approach that I would take, as well as a nominee or something like that, or even as president. But that's, that's neither here nor there. People are selling you something. These are professional politicians. They're good at what they do. They know how to do the photo op. They know how to show up when it's good for their brand. They know their role, and then they know who they're not going to cross. And just like Bernie. And you have to be able to call a spade, and that's the key. Is if people stopped buying Jill Stein's bullshit, you start seeing the way, like, and we should look at this response about all of this stuff. Well, I don't think this is the right one.
Here, get back to the question here for you.
Go ahead.
He says, I have a general question for Chad and everyone, really. Despite the hustle / grift and the problems with the various personalities, do you still think some things are admirable despite the problems?
I think so.
You mean as in the party itself? I'm guessing, or what thing? In the people, or?
Yeah, we need more deep. We need more specifics on this question.
Admirable about the people. Okay.
I mean, there's good people within the org still.
Well, let me say it like this. Let me say it like this. Here's the thing: is, of course, I want to hear somebody speaking on the shit that teaches me something, and that is, and that I feel like is addressing what needs to be addressed. And I think that's you go to different independent media people that you feel like they talk about issues and they talk about things that resonate with you, and that you're curious and want to know more about. Even with Jimmy Dore, I'll say this: I have a few issues with Jimmy Dore, and I don't think that they're it goes to I want to see the truth, the truth being talked about. So everybody
like
has
all of the truth, right?
Right.
Like you don't want you don't want truth that's gatekept or anything
Right.
like that. You want all of the truth and all of the real inquisitive nature. You want all of the answers,
Right.
not just the surface level.
And for people to recognize their blind spot, right? Because a lot of time somebody may, I mean, in the political world, I wouldn't consider myself, or even I'm not considering myself somebody that's in it as a contributor that way. I mean, so people may not know me, but I'm having this experience in the Green Party, and I'm trying to say, hey, we want to change this. People are, let's take over the Green Party. Well, here I am, and I'm doing a survey of the party. This is what's going on. And wait a second, Jill Stein's a part of this. She's going around telling people not to have all the candidates on the primary ballot. How is that conducive to giving people a chance to vote. It's not. Why
it's not a fair shot.
And I go to the people that I like to hear. And as soon as I hit them with, this is your friend, or this is, then that changes my opinion, because it's like what I liked about the person, or liked about the honesty. I look at, are you purposely ignoring the information, or are you just ignorant of it? Does that make sense? And
yeah, is it on purpose, or are you like, are you really just missing the point?
So yes, I think that, I mean, it's admirable to talk about the truth and call out the system and how these things are structured, but when you, like RBN, when it was Fred Hampton left us, I love the idea, because the principle was there, and then it became this network of exploiting the whole idea, blaming everyone, and at the end of the day, they're still pushing corrupt people, and they purposely ignore it, and then they block people, and then it's all identity politics. It's bigotry. And I would beg to say that most of their audience is probably white, anyways, to be honest. And I would almost beg to say that.
Yeah, I don't know their exact demographic. I don't watch them anymore. They all have blocked me except for JB on Twitter and everything else. And you know, I've you know, I had conversations with them and stuff like that, and I had several of them on the show, and got accused of things that I didn't do, and you know, like, that's just not neither here nor there. But you know, like, I don't know. I've heard it from so many people that have told me that they used to watch it and they loved it when it was Fred Hampton left us. I've heard that said repeatedly over and over. I don't know what changed. I don't know what changed within their group or whatever happened, but I've heard a lot of people say the same thing, like over and over again. Something happened when they changed their name.
Well,
I don't know.
It became, they started going I mean, identity politics and race baiting. And for me, it's like, okay, CJ, I tried to send him the information or say something about it. I think during the primary or something. Anyways, I saw him like kissing ass to the Green Party then. And when they became the Fred Hampton leftists or whatnot, I reached out. In fact, Savvy Sabs, I'm the one who introduced Savvy Sabs to Cynthia McKinney. I'm the one who reached out. I had reached out to RBN. I put all that shit together. And when they did that third party summit, they got all funny and completely, again, that's what they did. They did this promo piece for the Green Party. And I saw that and I said, well, all the shit that they're saying that's true about the system, it gets washed out because they're exploiting that. They're exploiting their identity in order to make money. And again, I think, I don't know, but the whole thing's weird. You know, Sabi's, husband is a weapons manufacturer guy, you know, and she's, white people, and she's got a white husband, and here's the thing, but that's the whole point. Check the motherfuckers.
And there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with having a biracial relationship or anything like that. I want to make sure that is not spun as the wrong. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with that, but there is a lot of, I noticed it when I was, still watching the channel. Is that there's a lot of putting down. You know what I mean?
It's white people. Like, is it really? Is it all white people when you're supporting the Green Party? Yeah. When you're kissing Jill Stein's ass, when you're kissing Cornel West's who's kissing the Cuomo's and Fauci's ass, like the shit,
and the hedges, and then
it's
the
fucking
door,
oh
and
come
it's
on,
just it's all it
hypocrisy.
feels all interconnected to me, and
that pushes division. That pushes because what they're lying to the black community and they're lying to the white community, and it becomes this narrative, and then it's like this pissing contest of who can be so righteous about white people. You just feel, and it becomes so overplayed, and they do a disservice to what's really going on in the system, because the system, it affects all identities, and they want everybody to hate everybody. It's not to take away from the results of those policies, but to continue pretending like there's no the establishment, the ruling class, they don't care your race, identity, whatever. They want you subservient. They want you to listen, and they want you to do
they
what they
want
say.
to control you. As long as they control you,
That's
they
it.
do not care about
And
what
they
you.
will
They don't care if you're
prop up,
LGBT. They don't care if you're part of any kind of minority.
and
They don't care. They want to just be able to control you.
feed you and prop you up if you're willing to parrot that. No matter what color, no matter what race, no matter what identity, no matter what thing they can status they can come up with. Because that's the game. That's always the game. It's the same game, no matter what. As long as you speak their narrative and you're able to you serve a purpose, and Trump serves a purpose, or whatever. Like this is just the way it goes.
We're being played is basically is what it sounds like. We're getting played by a lot of people, and we're just like your average people that are just like, wait a minute, we've had this experience. And it's crazy how many people have come out of the woodwork and told me like exactly what you've just said, about how I've gotten a lot of DMs about people being like, wow, there's just a lot of, there's a lot of, seems like a lot of hatred and something changed, and and I'm like, I don't exactly know. I don't watch their channel. I don't, so I don't feel like, I don't know what they're currently doing. I don't know if they've shifted gears. I don't know. But what I do know is what I did watch it, I felt really like, like I'm not this hateful person that
I feel the same way and want to say so. Like those guys have absolutely like white shamed white people like repeatedly every day in and day out, and the people that just say no, they don't do that are just oblivious to it, and they're traumatized by it, and they think they're fucking terrible humans because their ancestors did bad things to black people. It's ridiculous. And I've called them out fucking many times. They've all blocked me.
Here's the thing too, is identity politics works in the way is like you're not allowed to criticize someone. And just like it's your friends, it's the same thing. It's like they're because they'll always attach they'll always attach identity to what you're trying to talk when it's about behavior or about what somebody's doing. And that's what pisses me off the most, because I care about the culture. So that's the thing, is a lot of people don't know. I grew up in Tennessee, and I moved to Miami when I was 25. And when I moved down to Miami, my world changed, because it's a melting pot of cultures. And I ended up hanging out with cats, a lot of Haitian cats, doing music, doing hooks in the hoods, going around, and got to be a fly on the wall in something I never would have experienced in Tennessee, in Nashville. And for me to go full circle to realize my own ignorances or my own lot propaganda or my own all the above, I wasn't able to have a real conversation because I run into the liberal, the liberal, black, white, or whatever. Those are the gatekeepers that actually stop the real discussion to say, hey, you're feeling this way because of the propaganda. It's like more black people are in jail for cannabis than all violent crimes combined. And they're 4 to 5 times as likely to be incarcerated, as opposed to the whites, even though they do it at the same rate. Point what I'm making is the way the media, the way the propaganda works, is they say, oh, more in jail, more criminal. And we know that the crime bill, and
but they're targeted, and we understand that there is systemic racism.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like that
Right.
is,
But
and then it's
the
more
point
prevalent in certain areas.
The idea is to show people how they've been lied to, and understand, have the empathy, because everybody's been lied to. And for me, to be to see people's eyes soften, to see just experience life, and in Miami's crazy anyways. I felt the need to say, okay, well, here's my perspective, and I'm not able to do that. That's why I was excited about the Fred Hampton leftist, because of, again, Fred Hampton, him, and his heart, what resonates with him, with me, and having access to this world that wasn't my world growing up. Your friends are being lied to. You want to tell your friends they're being lied to.
Right.
And that's my bone to pick, because the culture is being sold out, and by liberals, that use their identity, hide behind whatever they can to fill one up on somebody, when the idea is to live and fucking let live. There's got to be a point to that's the idea. And there's models of that. There's people that live like that all the day, and it's just ridiculous to see that hatred spewed.
Yeah, I don't think it's uniting us. You know what I mean? Like, not everybody who is lighter skinned has the ancestry that, you know what I mean? Like, my ancestry is from Scandinavia, and I'm Irish, and you know what I mean. So like, I'm my ancestry is not, I don't have the ancestry that was here, that they know that owned anybody. But I still acknowledge and understand that, what happened, and acknowledge that it was horrible, and I do everything that I can, and I stick up against it. And,
yeah,
I love people, and, like, we live in a super diverse, like, neighborhood. And I love that my daughter, was raised in that. And, like, it's, that same thing that's not an issue. Like, those issues are not issues like within like my neighborhood. People aren't like, coming at me because of the color of my skin, and we work together, and we're all just, you know what I mean? Like, we're just all like just neighbor, like we're just part of each other's lives. Like, but that doesn't mean that there isn't people that are hateful and that are mean and that want to do harmful things. And it depends on where you are in the country too.
Well,
but
I
let's
think
get,
let's go back to the. You want to get back to the GPUS?
Yes.
Let me see if I can find it. CJ, okay, introduces officials. Okay. Let's do a Jill Stein.
Okay.
Let's see what we got here.
I'm trying to keep up on this chat, but it's hard to keep up on the chat and talk and everything.
All right. I wonder if the window, but it doesn't. All right. Let's see. Is this the right?
kind of gone away now?
You know, I think the unique to the Green Party nor is the Green Party immune to it. So I think there are, you know, there are kind of factions that was a cause of it.
Because this also bleeds over into the as though there's been cooperation between co-chair and now it's Ian Schlackman specifically had
You know, the unbelievable quagmire.
You there? I'm trying to find this right clip here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yep, I'm here.
All right. Yeah. I'm just trying to find this right clip here because she's.
Doing
Can you see that? No.
This also.
Yeah.
You there? Can you hear that? All right. Let me
Yeah.
press play.
Into the in this year, I think that all of the
What's your drink nervous?
You're breaking up. Whatever you just said, I could not hear.
Cooperation between officials. Howie Hawkins campaign is a co-chair, and she was the one who launched the Howie Hawkins oratory. So the accusation essentially, and Ian Schlackman has boycotted the nomination now, or the election. And I think that there might have been another candidate before him saying their argument is that there's cooperation between the Green Party infrastructure and Howie Hawkins, and it's analogous to 2016 where the DNC was, just trying to what's the case at all?
I think it really was a problem when Howie's campaign from the steering committee. I agree that really needed to be fixed, and my understanding is that was fixed. The Green Party is a small party, so people tend to and these administrators.
You're still muted. You're muted. I can't hear you. No.
You got to point to you.
No, I think his internet.
Oh, it must have crashed.
Yeah, he should be right back.
We've lost Chad. Mission Control, we have a problem.
Yeah, I don't know if his internet is just really bad or what.
It's being wonky.
Yeah.
We got wonky nets.
We're getting Jill Stein's. Getting to Jill Stein now, and
Getting
watch
to Jill
her.
Stein.
We're gonna watch her weaseling out. So this is the thing too. Notice she's got a mullet, and she wants to say people aren't ready for prime time.
Come on, Kid Rock. I mean Jill Rock. I mean Jill Stein.
All right, let's not.
I don't care about you, but you see what I'm saying. The whole point is, don't open yourself up to be, what you are. If that makes sense. Makes sense. Like yeah.
The accusation essentially, and Ian Schlackman has boycotted the nomination now, or the election. And I think that there might have been another candidate, is that there's cooperation between the Green Party infrastructure and Howie Hawkins. And it's analogous to 2016, where the DNC was, just trying to coronate Hillary Clinton. And that's happening now with Howie Hawkins. Do you feel that that's the
the Green Party is a small party, so people tend to take double roles, and they serve on the.
Oh, is it working? Can you guys hear?
Now,
You
I don't
hear
know.
us?
I don't know
Okay.
if
it's breaking up or what.
yeah, I don't know if it's somehow the internet or whatever on your end, because it keeps booting you.
StreamYard is being OP.
Yeah.
Be principles in the campaigns. So I think there was a valid objection there. My understanding, it's a very difficult election. I mean, this has to be probably the worst playing field for Greens, because there's just utter hysteria out there to silence all third parties at this point. It's a really tough row to hoe, and that's, I would just, the insider baseball, you can always find stuff to look at there. I don't think it's particularly unusual or revealing at this point. I think it's controversial campaigns. Just look at the Senate race, the ranked choice voting race for Senate, and I think that could be a flagship race, either the candidates or the struggles inside the presidential nomination.
Like letting it catch up. Can you hear it all? Or I know it looks like it's cutting it out, but I don't know if it's
Yeah, it's
the
kind of
sound
cutting
too.
in and out. It's not.
StreamYard. I don't have the link. Let me see if I can find the link real quick. Because
Yeah, if you have a link, I can play the
I
stuff
think that maybe
from my end.
all right, 135. Let's see here. Yeah, it's not going to have the same effect if you can't hear. Does anybody have any
Gray
questions?
Walker, we don't actually.
I was just starting to type that. I was gonna say we make like exactly $35 a month off of streaming, which is minus $25 a month to be able to stream. So we're netting $5.
No, we have to pay Rumble.
Oh, then we have to pay
Rumble.
Rumble too. Son of a bitch! I thought we were ahead of the game.
Yeah, no.
No, it cost us money. So
it does. It costs us money to stream. Like it doesn't. It's not free for us, and we have to pay for the internet and everything else, and all the time and effort that we put into it. We don't. We do not get paid for our opinions.
And that's the thing I think that threatens certain people in this realm, is like bringing on Chad to let him vent his frustrations about this obviously fucking ridiculous system that he experienced himself and has the receipts for. And like I've already expressed, Electoral politics is just way out of my wheelhouse at this point. I don't even, it's not my thing, but this is important that people hear about it because it will inform other people's opinions. So it's the information that we're interested in sharing, not spin or other people's agendas or any of that. We're just like, it's the information. You make your own decision about what you perceive. That's what we're about.
Yeah, we don't make money off of doing
It's kind of funny. Eagle Wing Turtle has said all kinds of snide things this whole time you've been on camera, Chad. And I say receipts, and they're laughing about receipts. I'm like, well, have you offered any kind of contrary evidence to what he is saying here or what he's doing? You know what I mean? I'm interested in hearing that too. If that's something, then why the fuck not? We're all here. It's just silly to me when people just like act like all fucking passive aggressive.
Do you hear that?
Yep.
Or is that just me?
I can hear.
Yeah, that was playing in the background over here. I have to add it to the stream. What timestamp did you want me to play at?
It should start up right there at 1:35. It should pull up right at the right timestamp.
Oh, okay.
But that's the whole key too. Tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me where you think I'm wrong in my synopsis, because the point is if these are the rules and these rules were purposely bent and there was no accountability that's happened since, and it's only been lies and manipulation since, then are you saying that they're not doing it on purpose, or that they're just trying to say what does that benefit? Who does it benefit by not actually cleaning house? Because those people are still in place. They're still in place. They know what happened and they're out there lying. There's no integrity. So for me, I'm gonna practice what I preach. How about that? If these people are that ignorant, they shouldn't be in charge of anything. And if they're that, and if they do know what's going on and they allow it and they don't understand it, or they don't need to be in charge. And until we ask for better, we're not going to get better.
Hear, hear.
Okay, I don't know what we're supposed to check with the FEC receipts.
Here's a good receipt. Howie Hawkins says, am I wrong? Snork says, am I wrong if Eagle Wing Turtle is Howie Hawkins? Is that you, Howie? Come on. Take the lozenge out of your mouth and tell us, okay? Speak clearly and directly into the mic.
Oh, my God.
Sorry. I couldn't resist. That was brilliant, Snork. Snork with the comic relief.
Thank you, Snork.
And the super chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I know. I'm hoping that YouTube's actually going to pay us the super chats that we've gotten.
Someday
they're going to give us some money.
They said they was.
Yeah.
As long as we don't say the wrong words.
Yeah.
Don't have the wrong think, and we'll be okay.
Okay, so I can play this and then just let me know when you want me to stop it. Okay, Chad?
Uh-oh. Did we lose him?
You're muted, but that's fine. I'm going to mute myself.
That are doing combat within the Green Party. I think the recount was at least as much a reflection of that as it was a cause of it.
Because this also bleeds over into the election this year, because I think that some of the presidential candidates, Ian Schlachman specifically, had raised the issue that it seems as though there's been cooperation between Green Party officials, because I think Andrea Morita had been a co-chair and now she's Howie Hawkins' campaign manager.
Mhm.
And I think that Margaret Flowers also, she is a co-chair, and she was the one who launched the Howie Hawkins Exploratory Committee.
Mhm.
So the accusation essentially, and Ian Schlackman has boycotted the nomination now, or the election. And I think that there might have been another candidate before him, saying their argument is that there's cooperation between the Green Party infrastructure and Howie Hawkins, and it's analogous to 2016, where the DNC was, just trying to coronate Hillary Clinton, and that's happening now with Howie Hawkins. Do you feel that that's the case at all?
I think it really was a problem when people were supporting Howie's campaign from the steering committee. I agree that really needed to be fixed, and my understanding is that that was fixed. The Green Party is a small party, so people tend to take double roles, and they serve as administrators, and they also serve on campaigns. And I think it's really important to draw the line where there are important administrative positions. People should not be on the, be principals in the campaigns. So I think there was a valid objection there. My understanding is that has, for the most part, been addressed. But yeah, it's a very difficult election. I mean, this has to be probably the worst playing field for Greens, because there's just utter hysteria out there to silence all third parties at this point. It's a really tough row to hoe. And that's, I would just, the insider baseball, you can always find stuff to look at there. I don't think it's particularly unusual or revealing at this point. I think, if people want less controversial campaigns, just look at the Senate race, the ranked choice voting race for Senate. And I think that could be a flagship race for people who, for one reason or
So this is so the shadow cabinet. So all those people, Jill Stein had a little shadow cabinet that she was getting information from and whatnot. Michael O'Neill is still the communications director. They ran Howie Hawkins' campaign from their official positions. You still have people that helped rig it in positions as co-chairs or steering committees, and there's still people in place. To pretend that it's been a clean house is pretty ignorant. It means that you fall for bullshit. Nobody resigned. Later on in the campaign, this was in November of 2019. Later on, the ballot access coordinator was Brandon Hobbs Phipps. He was also the coordinator for Howie Hawkins and the GPUS at the same time. And Hillary Kane, which is the treasurer for the GPUS, at that third-party summit with the Revolutionary Bigot Network, she admitted that the ballot access committee gave the Howie Hawkins campaign ballot access money. So it's like you're getting paid on the ballot access for the party, and you're getting paid on the ballot access for Howie Hawkins, and you're writing yourself a check from the party to. Shit was still
like
going on.
Triple dipping, it seems.
Yeah.
I mean, just from being an outsider looking at it, from what you're describing, just that seems like a lot of.
If Howie Hawkins was still the nominee, all these things that went down, they had already changed the rules. They'd already given him official recognition. The guy is the co-chair of the Massachusetts party, the Rainbow Party, is also the PCSC guy that we listened to earlier, lying about what the PCSC was doing, lying about the affiliation rule. The head of the PCSC, he was still on the PCSC. Not only that, then you had Justin Beth. He was still on the PCSC, the steering committee. he was still using a fictitious name on the Jesse Ventura exploratory committee in May or whenever that happened. So what you're saying doesn't hold any weight. What you're saying is talking points coming from Jill Stein because they want to keep that money flow going. This is why I want people to actually come with something, because they can't. And this is why Jill, think about it. If the Green Party had to respond about Howie Hawkins, had to respond about the rigging because we were loud enough about it, had to respond about Jesse Ventura. And that's what they did on RBN, because RBN went on there and said, hey, I'm going to cover for the Green Party and ask these questions. And I have that. And this was in January, or not January, it was last year, I believe, 2022. Anyways, let's watch some more Jill Stein here.
Okay.
And I don't know what you're looking at the time, but
or other, don't like either the candidates or the struggles inside the presidential nomination.
Another complaint that Ian Schlackman, and I believe it was several other candidates signed on to it, because the Green Party has a standard of official candidates and unofficial candidates, or recognized candidates and unrecognized. So Howie Hawkins and Dario Hunter have been recognized because I think that they raised a certain amount of money and also have gotten signatures or something like that. And other candidates have not been able to do that. And there's a November 4th deadline where I guess they're not going to be listed online or something. Do you think that, this November 4th deadline is good in kind of culling the field, or do you think that it may play into these accusations that the Green Party is just making it harder for other presidential candidates to have any kind of fair footing with Hawkins and I guess Daria?
Having been a part of the Green Party for 2 decades or so, I'm aware we generally bend over backwards to create an open playing field, but then you often get candidates who are really not qualified to be candidates, or they may have good ideas, but they really don't have a campaign. And, Greens are great for ideas, not always such great organizers. And I think it's really important once at some point, there need to be criteria in terms of having a campaign organization, having websites, having, fundraising ability, having staff. I have not seen the Green Party go overboard in requiring minimal criteria for legitimate campaigns. And I've seen many times some very unqualified candidates get up and parade as legitimate candidates, and that's a real issue for the party, is that we are often misrepresented by people who really do not have a base within the party, and they, everybody wants a soapbox to stand on, especially Greens. We tend to be very impassioned people, so people love having the presidential soapbox, and I think we have aired for many years, many cycles, too much on the side of an open race, and have had some very odd characters that don't do any favors for the party's credibility.
I think that.
What are your thoughts?
Very ice queen.
Wow, that was really awful. It just didn't seem like she appreciated any of the people that have been putting in the effort, the grassroots effort, the volunteers. Oh, we've had some weird people. We like to be on a soapbox. It was I feel like I have more respect for the people that volunteered and worked in the party than Jill Stein does, and she's one of the
so she basically
leaders.
said the unqualified, or she said they're
parading around.
Aren't you the party that's supposed to, if somebody has good ideas, aren't you supposed to give the tools and the resources to learn how to do it and be better? And see, that's the thing that the point there about having a staff and having a campaign. Howie Hawkins' campaign was the party. That's the whole point about running for the nomination. But the whole thing is they already did it for Howie Hawkins. They took the position in order to make sure he got it, so they could run the money through. Even it being, a supposed to be a low turnout. I mean, that's the whole point. That's why they put Hawkins out, because he's so bad.
Eagle Wing Turtle, so do you have a question here? So do you think that any Joe Schmo should be able to waltz in and get a presidential nomination for literally doing nothing? No, I don't think they should be able to walk in and do not with doing nothing, but there is a primary for a reason, right?
Well, let me ask you like this. Are you going to tell other Green Party voters who they can or cannot vote for? Is that your role? Because how can you say Joe Schmo is going to waltz in if the party votes? Because it's all about delegates.
Yeah, I thought there was a primary. Like, isn't that part of the whole process? Isn't that part of democracy? Is having the primary? This seems very anti-democratic to be like, any Joe Schmo. It should be any Joe Schmo should be able to put time in there and get a nomination if they are the most qualified person.
Listen to Eagle Wing Turtle, because he's a good example of how they focused on these talking points in order to create this narrative. But think about the entire party doing this when it comes to the people. All it takes is a few people in a few co-chairs, and because a lot of these people, like Andre was a bully, all this stuff. Michael O'Neill ran the Facebook page. I wasn't even allowed to post on the Facebook page. They would throttle me. They would delete my posts. They would. So that's the kind of culture that they're creating. And Mr. Eagle Wing thinks that people should be subservient. Just come in and tell us what we're doing wrong. If you knew what you were doing wrong, why wouldn't you change it? Why would you have to have other people come in? And that's the thing is people don't want to change. Some people, because there are rank and file people that are just listening to authority figures, and what they're like. Jill Stein is saying it, just like I don't know if Inglewig is truly understanding of what's going on, or if Inglewing is appealing to authority because he loves Jill Stein. You can't say I'm about a party that's about election integrity and allow that to go on. You can't. You're not going to say that. Yeah, Hawkins. Yeah, and I even got him. I called him out on Michael O'Neill making money in August and then going to the GPUS. So they're about here.
Monarch has a question for you here.
Sure. Let's see. My thing is the personality, who the person is, right? Anybody can read the script, but what's somebody's threshold? It's like Bernie Sanders, right? He could say all these good things, but when WikiLeaks released the DNC leaks, and it was the convention, and he had the power of the people. And he says, I don't want to be Ralph Nader. And that's what Chris Hedges always covers for him, which is a bullshit excuse, because Nader never had what Bernie had.
Right.
Bernie changed politics because of social media and the way that it worked. It was a different thing. That's how I learned about Jill Stein, is the Bernie people. They were organized. It was a good vibe. It was a good energy. And it ended up, of course, splitting up. A lot of people went to Trump. A lot of people went to the Greens, and then still people voted Dems. You saw the division, how it worked. But the point is Bernie Sanders, it doesn't matter what the fuck he says. It matters what he will do and who he will or will not stand up to. That's it. Jill Stein will not stand up to the establishment. Cornel West is not going to stand up to the establishment. So all this stuff doesn't. To me, what Cornel West is going to do is he's going to muddy the waters, and he's going to, while he's pushing the mandate and Fauci love, it's going to be a mixed. Again, it muddies the water. It makes sure that nobody comes to it, because that's really what people are resonating to about RFK, the anti-man, like having the conversation and being real about it. So Cornel West to me is a puppet, and I learned that from his. He is he that ignorant of it, or is he complicit? And both are scary. Both are scary, because I loved what he had to say, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, there's things I like about Cornel West. There's things I like about RFK, but I don't trust either one of them. Okay, I'm just gonna say this because, like, here's the thing: just because somebody can speak well and like is articulate and you know what I mean, well
Cornell's
mannered,
beautifully fucking poetic.
like yeah, like Cornel
philosopher,
West
you know?
is like, oh my gosh, there's some brilliance that's there. Like you know what I mean. Like I'm not going to deny that, and I think that you know what I mean. He seems to be a very kind-hearted person, but does he have what we need? I don't know that anybody really does. I'm not ready. I'm not putting any eggs in a basket of electoral politics. I'm just not. So I don't have, you know, either way for me. Like I'm just like
It's probably going to suck either way for you.
I'm beyond that. I'm ready. I'm ready for us to actually figure it out. I want every party, I want every side, every kind of party, every kind of like to be represented. And I think that we need to all come to the table and figure out a way where we all feel comfortable with the electoral system. That is either we are either going to have transparency and accountability and everybody. I mean, that means I want the people that are Trump supporters to the Biden supporters to, you know, every political aspect. I want everybody to have representation and everybody come to the table and we all come together and say, all right, well, listen, we're really going to put this back in the hands of the people and this is how we're going to do it. And the way we're going to do that is by all of us figuring out how we are going to do every bit of our electoral system. We're going to figure out our voting. We're going to figure out how it's jerry rigged. We're going to figure out, you know, I mean, like we have to be open and honest and really dig into the integrity of our system. And everybody has fair representation. And we fight it out. We figure it out, and we are going to have to compromise. And you know what I mean? Like, but the thing is that it has to be representative of everybody. People that we don't agree with, the complete opposite of what your views are, they need to come to the table too. Because if not, then they'll say, oh, well, they got more representation than me, or you know what I mean? They'll just be like infighting about it. We all have to kind of like all of us have to kind of figure it out.
And look out for each other. And you have to build
and let the best person win, whether or not it's your person or not.
And you got to build that culture and having that attitude towards candidates is not building that culture because you don't like them, because you're not comfortable with them, because they're not academia, because they're not somebody that you can control. So he asked her about the affiliation rule here in just a second in this clip.
Okay.
And watch her response, because he pushes back and she's just not used to having pushback. It's pretty amazing.
Okay.
I want to check.
Part of the argument, though, is just you know, how open and transparent the whole process is. Because again, there was these accusations about the party establishment, these co-chairs cooperating or, you know, boosting Howie. There was also another thing that happened on my show where there was this email that had gone out from the Mike Gravel campaign asking people to donate to Howie. And when I had Mike Gravel on, he said that he didn't know who Howie was.
Something else I wanted to ask you about today was Howie Hawkins. Are you endorsing him?
No, I don't know much about him, so I haven't endorsed anybody else in that regard.
Do you know who Howie Hawkins is?
Well, he sent me some emails, but I haven't
What was that, Chad?
I mean, I was going to say, I mean, you can have, I thought this was where he was talking about the rigging, but I mean, you can see her response to Mike Gravel. Basically, what Howie Hawkins' campaign did is they had the kids that were running Gravel's page endorse Howie Hawkins, and then they used that and promoted that and pushed that publicly. So that's what it ended up coming out with, because he didn't know who he was.
Okay. Do you want me to play more of this? Is this what he wants me to play?
I haven't read them. I've just been so busy with so many emails that I get. So, to my knowledge, no, I haven't endorsed him, and I don't know what he represents in that regard.
Okay, because there was an email that went out from your campaign or addressed from your campaign that was asking people to donate to the Howie Hawkins campaign. Did you know about that email?
No, I didn't, and you have to understand that my campaign was run by teenagers, and on a couple of occasions they can endorse who they want as individuals, but they don't necessarily bind me on any endorsements in that regard.
I then recently had them back on. He said that a meeting had been arranged where Howie met with him, and now he's endorsing him.
Have you met Howie Hawkins since that time?
Yes, I have, and I was very impressed with him. And his problem is he has to get the nomination of the Green Party, and so I indicated here again, endorsing after meeting with him and talking with him about the issues. I said I would endorse him and hope that he would win the nomination for the Green Party.
And then also there was another issue that they had about the rules, saying that they were being unfairly applied, was that there's a part of the Green Party rules that say that I'll read you the rule. It's 10.1.2 party affiliation. It says candidate is not a registrant or otherwise a party member of any state or national level political party in the individual's primary state of residence, except for a state party which has affiliated with GPUS or a party forming for the intent of GPUS affiliation in a state where there is no GPUS affiliated state party. And Howie Hawkins just yesterday got the Socialist Party USA nomination, so he would be, if he won the Green Party nomination, he'd be running with both. But this, I guess, goes into the argument that the rules are being unfairly applied, because the argument is that he's not allowed to be a member of the Socialist Party USA. So again, I think the overall issue is that there are some people in the Green Party who have the feeling like the rules are being applied unfairly. It's an uneven playing field, and that they're just trying to install Howie Hawkins as the nominee.
Yeah. Party dynamics, I think, are always full of cross currents. I'll say when I was a candidate, I got endorsed by another political party as well, and we often sync that. So,
were you a member of that party?
No, I don't. I don't think I had to join it, but I was cross endorsed. We have, I know many people in the party who are registered members of the Socialist Party, and I've never heard of any objections being raised to their being our candidates at the state or the national level, and they often are, because our goal is to try to bring non-corporate, people-powered political parties together. So I'm not familiar. It's a little bit more insider baseball than I'm a party to,
Honestly, just to be transparent, from my perspective, I think it is a good thing for third parties to cooperate. I think I've even talked to you before about how I thought the Green Party and Libertarian Party should work together.
Yeah.
It's just, again, it goes back to the complaint is from the other presidential candidates that the rules are being unfairly applied.
Well, I have to say they're not being applied any different from how they've been applied for many years. I think initially, early on, when Howie's campaign manager was also on the steering committee, I think that was not good. But I don't think that can explain why some people don't have organized campaigns yet. And I think there's an effort being made to explain away the lack of organization by some of the candidates that maybe not quite ready for prime time.
And then another thing I want to ask you about is I had Jesse Ventura on the show recently, and he had floated the idea of possibly running for.
So, notice the takeaway I want you to learn is the language. This is the takeaway. Understand how they speak, what they say, and really listen to what she said, because what she said is it hasn't been applied any different for many years. That rule had just changed in 2018. So she doesn't lie, but they were still using, I guess, prior metrics or. But I loved how he pushed back on her when he said, "Well, are you a member of another?" No. See, nobody pushes back on her. So she knew that. She knew that she's liaison to the PCSC. So she knew what was going on. And then you heard her automatically say about candidates just not ready for prime time and doesn't have organized campaigns. And again, if you're preventing a candidate from getting in front of the party using these metrics, how are they going to get volunteers? How are they going to build a good team of campaign? If you're lying to the rest of the party, using your influence to downplay the value of people, why would anybody want to even open up? Because you're creating a narrative about the people. So again, this was in November of 2019.
It just seems like she's just admitting like that there's just like she's already shit on the volunteers. She's already like, you know what I mean? She's like, yeah, like we just don't have our shit together. Like that's basically my gist of what I'm getting off of this. Is she's just like, yeah, look, we don't have our shit together, and that's it. And like
blames everybody else. Excuses. She's a multi-millionaire. You don't think that you could put together a business, a real business plan, spend some money on a logo, and actually make that shit fucking rock? Take all the, of course, it's a slow burn. Politics. That's how these guys make the money. It's a slow burn.
That's how a lot of people like make their money. It's why you'll notice that there's people that are still pushing these kind of politics and pretending like they're not, but they still do, because it's a cash cow. People will tell you we have no election integrity, but then also tell you to still vote. It is, you know what, you have to spot these contradictions. And if you can't spot them because they're your favorite person, or you like the person that's telling you it, then you're gonna keep getting trapped for it. You're gonna keep getting like repeatedly, and you're gonna have Groundhog's Day over and over again. You're gonna have this every election unless we stop and we actually think about things and process them and change the way that we are doing them. We will end up with the same results that we keep ending up with. We can't keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result. That is literally the definition of insanity. And that's why I refuse to participate in this system the way that it is right now.
So to me, this was extremely revealing, you know. And she goes on to say about Jesse Ventura how, well, you know, I'd be willing to hear from him, and we already heard from that thing that they had already talked to Jesse Ventura. They knew what was going on with Jesse Ventura. So the whole thing is ridiculous. I'm trying to see.
Monarch said, I'd like to know whether Chad has heard from others that Jill Stein has at one point or another taken dark money. And what does Chad think of RFK Jr.? So has do you think Jill Stein has taken any dark money at any point, or have you heard anything about that?
So, you know, in 2016, they teamed up with the Democratic Party to do a recount wherever. So that was a big controversy. That part of this interview, they talk about that. She brings it up, or Primo brings it up. So there, David Cobb, which was her campaign manager, is a lawyer guy out of California, out of Texas, I believe, back whatever. He's been getting paid on the campaign, getting paid in the campaign. He tried to take it to the Green Party and have the money ran to the Green Party to do the recount, because the campaign can only do so much because you're limited or whatnot. And in that, when they talk about factions, there was people that wanted that and people that didn't want that, but it was a real alarm in that. But when she says factions, again, it's all those are buzzwords. It's a buzzword to pretend as if you guys don't have control of the infrastructure, because Hillary Kane is the treasurer. It's controlled. It is what it is. But I don't know how it works. But she has her own NGOs. That's the goal. The political hustle is you figure out what your cause is, and then you go make your rounds and podcasts and stuff about that cause, and then you have people give you money about that cause, and then that's how you go around and you promote that cause. And that's the game. That's NGOs. That's what wealthy, college educated doctors and lawyers do when they retire and they want to still make money. This is the hustle. They do it because nobody has to see that money. The way I think it works here is like I said, David Schwab gets paid on damn near everything. I don't know the money structure and how it works, but when you have all your independent stuff and you're having money go out of the party, you can't follow it. You can't open up the books. And that's what they don't want, because if you start opening the books, you see how they funnel money out. It's always funneling money out. It's always candidates. They push candidates that aren't actually on the Green Party. They want to lose ballot access, because if they don't have actual party ballot access, they're not really running it through a party. It's just through your campaign. They get to pick where the money goes. So I don't know per se, but I mean, you're taking money with the Democratic Party and even the I would think if I were that educated in politics, then I would have known that I would never team up with crooked people for whatever, for no reason. There's no reason to crooked politicians or crooked for publicity, because you're hurting your brand. When I say brand, your integrity. RFK. Okay. First thing about RFK, I'm done with political dynasties. I'm tired of people. This whole people think that they deserve the power because they're political families, they're raised. But that's the way you're taught. Lawyers and it's a Ivy League, system that pumps these people out. That so I'm tired of political dynasty names or whatever. I mean, I like that he's bringing up stuff about the mandates. I like some of the stuff he's saying. I don't like his position on Palestine.
No, I don't either. I don't either.
To me, I mean, I don't. Palestine's the only country there. That's all I see is Palestine, and so that's. I mean, how you can't trust them. Again, it's his friends. You've been around these people your whole life. You grew up with them. You're probably, your kids are probably friends with their kids. You know what I mean? Like
like the first off, the thing for me that I always come down to is election integrity. Did we fix that? Did we all come together and did we fix it? Did we stop with the you know what I mean, the delegates and the super delegates and the electoral college? Did we stop all these things that prevent us from having actual democracy? No. Okay, then that's your answer to where I'm at with this kind of thing, And if somebody's coming out the side of their mouth talking about election integrity, and then the other side of their mouth telling you to vote for somebody, then something is wrong. That's a red flag.
Without the caveat, here's the thing. Now there's a power of the pulpit. There's a power of running because it is the most engaged race, and that's probably by design. But the point is that's why it's so important for them to control, because as a national thing, it's the head of the beast. It's the culture. It's the face. It's what makes somebody want to join the state party. But what happens is, when you get there, it's purposely ran into the ground, and
we just have so much corruption everywhere. There's just so much corruption. It's like, how do we get out from under this corruption? Like all of it. Like it's every angle.
That's it. The corruption, the censorship, the propaganda, those need to be the main because everything that's the parent of all other issues. Because if we don't know what's going on and we believe the wrong people and we're easily duped, it's the language. It's this legal ease. It's this language, the way that they talk. So the Johnny Depp trial blew my mind because I watched it through Ricada Law and some other the Law Tube guys. But watching it and having them explain these things, and then watching two experts with all these credentials and accolades battle it out and poke holes, really was poking holes through Amber Heard's expert. And she had all these things where she goes and speaks and all these credits and all these things she's done. And she was dismantled by her prejudice against men. It was. So I started to understand, and this is more even recent, like I'm just starting to understand. I understand what I'm seeing, trying to understand. It is how these people get away with fucking our lives up. And it's the language. It's the language. And it's just like Breonna Joy Gray, again, another a black exploiter that hides behind identity politics while pushing the Democratic Party.
So
the
last I saw also is that I think she stopped letting it be known how much she's making, but the last figures that I saw on Grafton before it got shut down, she was making $35,000 a month on Patreon alone. I mean, these people are raking in the money,
and you got to look at her.
That's just one revenue. That's not including YouTube. That's not including Rumble. It's not including Callin, because Callin, yes, they do pay people,
and that's
not including everything else.
The Hill, like how much, like.
Yeah, like, so these people, you have to follow the money. Always don't blindly look at any of it.
And she's an Ivy League lawyer. She was a corporate attorney. And again, I'm not trying to knock attorneys. My thing is understanding the way it speaks. Again, the way people talk is very ambiguous. It's like Black Lives Matter. It's like defund the police. It's like you leave it to interpretation and leave it open-ended to where it's not specific, concise to have a real conversation. There's always a caveat because people are looking at it differently, based upon the way that is.
You're trained to speak that way. When you're a lawyer, you're trained to speak that way.
Right. And even cops, like they're trained to how to get information from you. These are our,
we're being manipulated by people, and we see it, and I don't want other people being manipulated.
Yeah, I don't either, and that's partly of why I ran. I really thought that the party just needed some art direction, needed to boost some to make it hip, right? I thought that's what it was. I thought, okay, well.
You could change it from within. The same thing that they say about the Democratic Party, right?
They needed some spice, right? People that cared about the image, cared about the way, and understand about the way you present yourself, because that's a big deal, and engagement, So I thought the best way to do that was from that platform. And again, the whole thing. I mean, look at all this. This was months and months. I joined. It was probably the end of August, beginning of September of 2019 when I was really going, and I was. And it went what till I guess August, July or August, whenever they had the thing, and of course even after, it was a lot of this. It was hell because you can't help. You can't help. There's and even independent media, you can't help. And I see you guys get shit on all the time. It's wild because
Is
it
it
becomes
raining
like
outside?
Yeah, it's pouring.
But no, I see how
Yeah, I take a lot of heat. I take a lot of heat,
Oh,
and I take
so
it for no, like I don't take it for any benefit. I don't have a benefit to take in the heat. I'm not like, I'm not raking it in to come here and to say what I have to say. That's not happening. So like I have an opinion, and I like to give people the space to be able to express what they, what I mean, how they feel about things, and talk with people, and talk about interesting things. I don't have there's no motive behind it for us,
Other than spreading information.
just information. I talk to people from all kinds of backgrounds, people that are more the conservative side, people that are more far to the left, and everyone on that spectrum in between. And that's what I like to do. I like to just have the conversations, and that's it.
it's same here, and I think I'm genuinely, I genuinely want to have these conversations. I genuinely, especially when it comes to what's going on in the Black community and what's going on in the culture, because again, from my perspective, I feel like I understand a disconnect in the culture I grew up in, the culture that I
That
grew
you're
to love.
seeing like now and online,
Right.
and the online left. Well,
Well, yeah, but there's no room. There's no room for me to have that discussion because that defeats, the narrative. And I mean, not to say that there's not cats out there that are not just doing the shtick, right, the gimmick, but that it bothers me because there's so much power in Black culture, art, the music, the sports, entertainment. There's so much power,
Yeah.
and the whole idea is to squash that power. And that's what, like, you got your Jay-Z's. It's like what he said about Cap. Oh, it's not about the job. No, it wasn't about the job. It was really about when somebody spoke up on something, how they retaliated to him with the job, and the way they hit him. I don't now I don't feel Kaepernick sold out with Nike, so it doesn't matter anyways. It was all fucking wash. It was all theater till the
But
end.
you want to really be an ally, is what I think.
Right.
What I'm hearing is that, like, it sounds like you really want to be an ally to foster that change within that community. That
Now I see it. I want other. Uh, Here's the thing: is I understand from coming from my position that it may not always be comfortable, and that's been hard for me to find how to navigate the conversation, have this conversation that I want to have, but I can't have that because again, it's this liberal ideology, and whatever they want to say, and I go back to RBN because I really was hoping that was going to be something. I really was hoping something.
there's Black Power media too.
because
They
because
do a lot of stuff and talk about issues.
I wanted, my thing is about, okay, some things you need to hear coming from somebody that looks like you, somebody that you believe, that understands what you've gone through, and that the truth is that not everybody feels comfortable, but sometimes it's the opposite. Sometimes it is somebody saying that doesn't look like you to, hey, well, this is this, that may give you an insight to take pressure off. And then, because that's how you learn. And but it's the engagement of those conversations and how to have it, and because once you work it out, it's going to be a no-brainer.
Yeah,
As far
we have to figure out ways to come together. We really do.
But you can't do that if you're kissing establishment people's ass, that rigged primaries, like and without real criticism. Like if you're really mad, how are you not mad? And this is for anybody. How are you not mad? And even for people that are supposed to be allies, and it even sounds the way people frame things too. It's even so divided. Even, I mean, not the way you were saying it, but the way that it's framed in the conversation as an ally, it could even have a negative connotation.
Well, because there's cancel culture vultures that are always waiting in the wings, waiting to be able to cancel the next person, and they get their rocks off by doing that. And I've just like, if the way that one of my best friends always when they express it to me is that they said, and they're a transsexual person, and they told me, they're like, if you don't talk about it, and if you don't find out, like, walk up to where that like line of offensive is and understand it and talk about it, then you will never find where that line is.
And you have to know that you're being exploited. Identities are being exploited. If you can't look at the Bud Light and not realize that it's being exploited, that's not introducing somebody.
Okay, and the thing is that all of these companies are connected. If Bud Light doesn't do well, but they're going to get more points for diversity, then that's okay, because it's just boosting someone else up, that another beer company that they are like the same. They are all the same. The same people own these companies. The same investors are in these companies. They don't really care. They pretend like they care, but they really don't. It doesn't matter. That revenue drop is just increasing someone else's revenue.
Well, but the thing is, they need the division to maintain control. And as long as they have control, they're going to get their money one way or another, because they control the means of the money. They got their hands in every pot.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's all interconnected. So, like, if you think that you're canceling a company or a corporation and you're going to boycott Target or you're going to boycott Bud Light, you're not really doing any harm to them. They don't care. Because they're going to get your money a different way. They're all connected. It's all interconnected. That's the thing. Everyone takes a hit every once in a while. Our brand's taking a hit this time, but they're getting diversity points. It's all that money. If you start to look at the connections, like, it's insane, because the Waltons are funding pride events. Like, you know what I mean? Like, why would they do that? There's so much, you know what I mean? It's all connected. Like, when you start peeling it back, you start to see it.
Well, and because the whole point is to keep people divided, to keep people up in arms. You these boilerplate issues, these, that's the whole name of the game.
We have to figure out where we agree on things, and we have to start there. That's what we need to do.
And I mean, the exploitation is beyond measure, and in every which way possible. And you see how they do it with women, and how they do it with men. They do it with, again, that causes issue. You know what I mean? There's a lot of gaslighting. Everybody's getting gaslit in a lot of ways. And Jimmy's so charismatic on those spots a bit. Did you know? No.
I didn't even know he was really doing sponsorship videos.
It seemed. I mean, Jimmy's still doing his thing, but on the side note, I think
Yeah,
I think
I don't want
force-
to. I don't want to
force-
get too far into
Gotcha.
of
Yeah.
because we could go on, but
Sure,
we're close to almost 4 hours at this
Yeah.
point. We should we should wrap up soon.
We can do if you want to do a second one sometime, we can go through. We'll go through that revolutionary. We'll watch their whole interview, the hour or so of the officials, and we can.
Yeah,
pick
if you
apart.
want to do that,
do
we can definitely help
Be-
host you with that, and
Be-
see
because
see what's going on there. Because yeah, we can do a part 2.
It doesn't stop. The propaganda doesn't stop. The narrative control doesn't stop. It's still prevalent within the left space. Again, it's like where do you go? Because everywhere you go, it becomes like this little clique pissing contest. It's you'd rather have your friends and everybody kissing each other's ass than addressing the issue. So I think it's powerful now that you have an idea of what's going on. You can hear officials a couple years later, talking about in retrospect and having to answer a scripted or what it's because it's scripted. Basically, there were questions were given ahead of time. Point what I'm saying. So
right on.
Yeah, the authoritarian shit. Yeah, that sovereignty. We need individual sovereignty.
Hey, Rob. I'm like super behind on these in this chat. All right. Well, we'll definitely come back and do a part 2 because there's still a lot to digest.
Yeah.
It's crazy how quickly we can fill up time.
And I'm overwhelmed because I've got hours of footage of different pieces where it fills it in because once you start to understand how it works, the machine works, right? The more you have people pairing in it, the easier it becomes to control things. And here's the mechanisms. Like, I've got screenshots. It's I want change. That's it. And I don't want violence. I want I want us to have a conscious evolution where these people are done being our rulers, but the thing is they're willing to do anything. They're capable of anything. They've got all the resources. Like, so there's a lot of doom and gloom in there, but the people, people
We can
are
do better as a society. We can do better as a people. We need to figure that out. We need to figure out how to come together and how to talk to each other and all of that. So in the meantime, where can people find you, Chad? Like, are you on any you're on social medias and stuff?
I've got some things I'm working on right now, but I'm not necessarily launched anything. But you can find me on Twitter, Chad Wilson 2020.
Okay.
That's kind of where I've been politically active, where I'm cussing people out the most. That's true, truth. Because I see, you see it. It's the people that say they believe like you. If they're representing you wrong, it's your responsibility to check them first, because you're never going to reach anybody else when you have people destroying the message. And that's just how I feel. It's all out of love. We all have been lied to. We all have been gaslit. We've all went through the fucking. I went through the Trump derangement syndrome. I went through it. And you have to get out of it. Have a little bit of empathy, and and just no nonsense,
Yeah, if people, like, I always tell people, if I could give the world one thing, I would give the world truth. Because if people could no longer lie, if people could no longer like being, manipulate and gaslight us, can you imagine what that would change? What would truth change? It would change everything. It would change the way our medicine's done. It would change the way that we're poisoned. It would change the way our food is poisoned. It would change the way our medicine is. It would change everything if people would stop lying. If we could hold people accountable and people could be authentic and tell the truth and not be worried about cancel culture, and we could just figure it out as a society and in a truthful way. That's the only way that we're going to be able to come together and move forward, is if we all start telling the fucking truth. That's it. Just tell the truth.
That's perfect. What Aram just said. People need to take off their blockers, and they have to want to know, and they have to care about something other than themselves.
Exactly, Aram. That's so smart. Absolutely.
And it's going to be uncomfortable.
It's not fun.
Yeah, I walk towards the things that make me uncomfortable. I talk about the things that make me uncomfortable. I'm like, okay, there's a fire. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to go over there and deal with it. I'm not gonna run away from it. I'm gonna have the tough conversations, and I get a lot of backlash for that. But it's honest. It's true, and it comes from a place of love, not hate.
Right.
And I mean that's for me, and that's the part that you don't even have an opportunity, or I feel like I don't have an opportunity to even express, because you're again the people that you expect to be your to be there beside you are the ones that are actually causing the problems. And
We need to hold everybody accountable.
Absolutely. And
everybody.
I'm glad I'm glad I found you guys. You and Steve are
hell yeah.
Super cool. And I think you guys are genuine. And at the end of the day, I believe that you guys can mean no harm to anybody. And
Yeah,
I feel like that resonates, and I feel like that resonates with some people too, like some other people like Shonda over at in Oz. There's some people that in the indie world that have been really good to me, even with me rah-rahing about all this shit. And that it means a lot.
And we're not going to agree with people 100%.
Yeah.
I don't agree with Steve 100% of the time. Come on now. Do you guys expect me to agree with you guys 100% of the time? No, but there's probably a lot of things that we do agree upon. There's probably a lot that we can find that we are like, yeah, we agree on that. You know what I mean? But there's probably a lot we don't agree on, but that's okay. And it's perfectly fine, and it's healthy to not agree with people on things, because if you agree with people on 100% of the thing, you know what that means? That means you are in a cult and you are in an echo chamber. And it means you're probably not thinking for yourself, and you're not being fearlessly authentic.
Right.
If you're in a group think, if everybody is saying the same thing and no pushback is allowed, and you have to say the same thing, or you're going to get some kind of backlash, then that means that you are involved in group think. You're not thinking for yourself. And I suggest that what you do is, when you research things or you're presented with something, research the counter of it. Research the counterpoint of how you don't feel about it, and do that research. If you think that X is blah, 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 well, research why X is not blah, 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 because that is how you're going to find the truth. If you actually seek it and you look for it and you look.
It's like having. You there?
Yeah.
Oh, you froze. I mean, it's like, listening to different the plaintiff and the defendant, listening to both sides in that way. I mean,
get a
I agree.
rounded point of view. You know what I mean? Get
I mean, it's important.
Talk
Well,
to people that you don't agree with and see why you don't agree. It's really like,
and then learn how to
you
articulate that, and then be able to to understand what you know what it is, because there's one thing about people if they're doing something wrong, hurting somebody, and there's another thing just about somebody's beliefs. And sometimes somebody's beliefs, the person that gets hurt the most is them for the way that they feel. They're, so
challenge your own belief system too. Like, you know what I mean? I'm never asking anybody to replace my opinion with theirs. I'm just asking that maybe you try to look and try to see from a different angle, try to like figure out maybe why the person feels the way that they do. What I mean, why it's really amazing when you start to do that, because I know that when I was in the echo chamber and I was hearing the same things from everybody, it's very satisfying to hear the same things. And yes, they agree with me and you feel empowered. But you know what? And then I ended up, at least me, I can talk about myself personally. I feel like I had this like guttural response to people. Like, ugh. Like when people were telling me something that I didn't want to hear or that I wasn't I didn't agree with, I would be like, oh, like you just have this reaction. And I don't have that anymore. I don't, because I have changed I've challenged myself to the point where I'm like, all right, well, let me listen to this. Like, you know what I mean? The diversity among the people, like even that I follow on social media, has completely expanded. Like I follow people that are like absolutely DeSantis people and Trump people and conservatives and like far lefties, and like, because I want that variety of perspective. I don't want the echo chamber.
I try to look for common ground. I mean, I think that's the idea, because it should make you feel good to be able to reconcile, not agreeing with somebody on everything, but to be able to enjoy somebody as a person. You know what I mean? And sometimes you don't have to get into politics. Not every interaction where people are in is politics. Even part of just and you see different that vibe at different places and stuff. So that's what I look for. I like people, but I don't like people.
and people know how to get a hold of us. We're very available to people. We are not people that are not like cut off from people. If you get a hold of us, through social media, through email, whatever, like we'll get back to you. Like we are willing to talk to people, even people that we've had conflict with. Oh, imagine that. People that have we've butted heads with before. If they want to have a reasonable conversation, we can have that. We are completely open to that.
Yeah, always.
And guys, please check out the channel. I have like a bunch of interviews coming up. I have a radical feminist coming on the show on Sunday. So that should be like really super interesting.
Play some Andrew Tate clips.
Oh gosh. So I have a radical feminist coming on Thursday. We have somebody that was injured. Is it this Thursday? Is that the show?
Yeah.
Yes. That was injured by the boops that happened. So I have somebody that got injured and is now an advocate. So I have that person coming on Thursday. And then what's the next show that I have? I have a couple of them scheduled. In August, I have the author of this book coming on, Isadora Sangster. It's Born in the Right Body. And I have a detransitioner scheduled, somebody that was trans and detransitioned, and that is, they have their they studied gender studies, and she went to Berkeley in California. So like, I mean, and now she's a clinician. So I have some like really, really interesting, interviews coming up. I've been really trying to like schedule some really interesting people, and so please guys, check it out, like, share, subscribe, and we'll have Chad back on.
Thank you so
And we'll
much.
answer more questions.
Thank you so much, you guys. You guys are awesome. Thank you
Yeah,
in the
we love
chat
you, bud.
too. All of you guys too. Even the pushback, I appreciate it.
Yeah, we want that dialogue. If I didn't, I wouldn't have shown it. I wouldn't have put the comments up if we didn't want to have some dialogue.
And just for references, my approach is very seemingly aggressive, but it's just I grew up in the church. My dad's a preacher, so that's kind of the way of doing it. So I've got like two settings. So no, I appreciate you guys. So appreciate everybody. So thank you.
All right, have a great night, guys.
Thanks everybody. See you next time. Thanks, Chad.